infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever!
Yeah! Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3, Episode 31. How's everyone doing tonight? We have a killer show for you guys today. You might see the headline looks a little negative. We usually don't have headlines like that, but we got some serious stuff to talk about with sales today because we have the November data. We have some stuff to talk about with the game card situation because looks like some new sizes are coming, but will it fix the problem? We'll see with that. By the way, the problem is obviously subjective. Some people don't care about game key cards, but for those that do care about them and are hoping to get less of them, this might help, or maybe it won't make any difference. We'll see. We'll talk about that. We also have to talk a little bit about some pricing stuff going on. The RAM stuff's going crazy out there. It's all kind of related to sales and could lead to increased prices in the future. So that kind of all goes together. And then I think the other topic we have here is Switch 2 editions. Just talking about, new ones that are coming 2026, ones we want to happen. Why? What changes we might want because of them? Like, I'm a bad person to introduce this topic because I'm one of the few people in the world that I don't really care about Switch 2 editions. But again, I keep playing games, so like I'm the person that would of course not care. Like, hey, I beat Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, cool! I can play it in 60 FPS and 1440p. I'm not going to. So I'm like the worst person for this combo. But I know there's a certain person on our panel that loves Switch 2 editions and really wants to talk about it. So, it can't just be what I'm interested in. We got a team here. A team where a team is a podcast. And then whatever the mystery topic is, I have no idea because I don't know if anyone knows because it's dealer's choice. So let's go around the room to introduce everyone. First off, we got to welcome the honored and prestigious TygerTyme. And I say this. There. Okay. You have the honor and prestige to be our final guest of 2025.
Wow. What an honor. I knew it was an honor already, but thanks for having me on again. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Our last two episodes are just the core four as we wrap out the year. People can imagine what sort of topics we might be talking about. A lot of gaming podcast topics towards the end of the year. One of them we kind of did last month, but maybe we'll revisit. We'll see. We haven't really decided what the final topics will be. We got holidays coming up here. We'll figure it out. Definitely New Year's resolution, gaming wise. That's obviously got to be a thing. Besides that, my resolution for gaming is to just keep being awesome like I always am. But no. let's see here. And I know for sure. I was talking about this with Eric earlier. I want Stash Man to like, because he kind of tracks all the games coming out. Like we need it. We need a bunch to talk about every single confirmed game coming out next year for Switch 2, because there's already a lot. It's a huge list.
Yeah.
Like not just Nintendo guys. Like it's like 9 stuff from Nintendo published. 2 of them being Switch 2 editions that we know about right now. The third parties. They're ramping up like crazy on Switch 2. And if the way the stories are going, it's only going to get even crazier. That said, Eric, how you doing, man?
Good.
All right, I see. Here's charging his Switch 2. Right, guys, I saw Eric gaming in the wild. Look at that.
Nice.
Wait, what are you playing, Eric? Oh, Imprisonment. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. I think you just enter chapter 4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's in chapter 4. There we go. Getting in the home stretch. He's in the second half of the game.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Then we got the GameBird Classic.
How we doing, people? It's a glorious day. It's podcast night. Favorite day of the week. I also I talk about this on the show. Picked up some new comic books today. It was comic book day. Got this cool Absolute Joker issue from Absolute Batman. He's literally like a demon monster in this rendition.
That's sick. Wow.
And then a couple OG comic books. I got an old Superman comic, Death of Supergirl. I just like the cover art. And issue 2 of the Ninja Turtle Adventures from back in the.
That's a good one.
This one is I think this is from the late 80s. This comic. Anyways,
I had that
favorite day of the week. So just happy to be here. Excited to talk about all the terrible news in gaming.
I had that one. It did not survive. I read it so many times. It never survived. Okay, and then ThunderStash Gaming.
Yeah. Hey, happy to be here. It's been action packed lately. I literally right before the podcast, I'm sure you saw, I jumped on at like 6:58, 2 minutes before.
Yeah.
They recorded 3 reviews back to back to back.
Wow. I can't talk about recording 3 reviews back to back to back. But this week, between the sponsors and my normal videos, I have recorded literally 18 videos.
Damn.
Yeah, it's heavy duty.
And I'm not done yet.
Crazy, dude.
Because I have a wedding this coming weekend and I have a sponsor that needs to go out on Saturday. So I have to actually make a video for the sponsor to go in.
Yep.
But I'm not going to be here. So I got to like double work hard on Friday. It's going to suck. But hey, at least I know I'm taking most of the weekend off after that. So that'll be a little bit of a relief. I say that as like, most of the weekend. I have to drive 3.5 hours one direction to get to the wedding. So
Wow.
I'm hoping that by the time I get there, I can enjoy it. But I think I'm going to want to nap and not go.
Are you in the wedding?
I am not, but my fiance is. She's in it. So.
Nice.
Anyways, it's her best friend getting married.
Oh, wow.
All right. That being said, I'm Nintendo Prime, guys. How you guys doing? Before we dive in and do our little topic roulette and pick what we're going to be talking about, I think I think we could just make this official. It's already practically official, but the votes have been counted. Everything's been double and triple checked. GameBird Classic, congratulations. You are the Game Awards 2025 Betting Special Champion.
Congrats.
Wow. Congratulations.
Listen, who said dreams don't come true?
Not me.
I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. I rarely win anything. So it feels really good.
That's huge. It went dark in a hurry.
Was this a blowout?
This is one of the rare categories that I'm like, oh, I could be really competitive in this because, like, I figured worst case scenario this year, it'll be close. I didn't think there would be a thrashing. I think everyone did really well. I was actually scared of Eric because I was there. I was kind of trying to check while I was watching, but I was so focused on the show. In the beginning, Eric, I was like, oh shit. Eric's
dude, Eric was slaying for that first hour.
Now.
In the second hour, you started doing good, but he was still doing okay. And I was just telling him, dude, you guys are tied. What's happening? How is Eric at the top? And then he fell off.
It's crazy, and I'm sure this applies for everyone else who competed. But like there was a couple of my picks that were, and I said it on voting day. I know Stash was out. I was like, I had 3 ties, and 2 of the ties I got wrong. One of them I would have gotten wrong regardless, but one of them I only voted for Death Stranding because I thought, and this was my reasoning for picking it. I was like, there's no way we're going to get a Game Awards where Kojima doesn't win something. Like, I just couldn't visualize it. So on best game direction, it was between Clair Obscur and Death Stranding 2. It was 50-50 tie. I saw a valid argument for both, but I ultimately chose Death Stranding only because I didn't think they'd go. That was wild. Kojima didn't win anything. But anyways, great show, guys. We got Mega Man's back.
Yeah.
Mega Man's back, baby. How wild is that? Dude, everyone was screaming.
Yeah, what was it like in person, the show?
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
This year was probably my least favorite year in person, only because I was sitting next to what had to have been like the shittiest people you could ever sit next to. Mostly because, listen,
Sorry, it was
I
me.
get
my
it.
bad.
It's video games. Video games are awesome. They're exciting. But like also like have etiquette, cheer when there's a big announcement that you want to hear. But don't just like yell shit randomly throughout the show when people are talking and giving their speed. Like it was like that the whole night. I just wanted to stick a bar of soap in his mouth so bad. Just like I will end you, dude, with this bar of soap that I retrieved from the restroom. But no, it was a great time, and we got that really cool what's it called? Orbital, the new Switch 2 game. Stunning, like hand-drawn, kind of like anime-esque art style sci-fi co-op. Really, really cool. So it was a good time. I hope one year we guys all of us guys can do a Nintenbyte Game Awards. I don't know, 5 years down the road, whenever it is, when the podcast explodes, but it'll be a lot of fun. But yeah,
That'd be awesome.
I'm honored. Thank you to everyone who believed in me, if anyone believed in me. And I'll see you next year, baby.
Yeah.
Obviously, just like Stash, will be a trophy arriving eventually. Yeah. So congratulations on that.
To just kind of go over everything, GameBird had 78 points with 20 correct. ThunderStash had 74 points with 17 correct. Nate had 68 points with 16 correct, and then I was at 50 points with 14 correct. Woohoo! So just to kind of go over the points there.
Yeah, man, it was a thrashing for Eric. Sorry, man. Yeah. You started strong, you ended poor. Yeah. You didn't believe in Expedition 33 enough.
Yeah.
You believed in Dick Randall. He came on the show earlier today. He said it's winning everything.
Yeah.
Remember earlier this year?
Yeah.
Everybody play it. It's winning everything.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. I was saying, you got a shot, man. You said you look at the chart because I highlighted like correct and wrong.
Yeah.
You actually were doing really good for a while.
Yeah.
So it happens. So it's all guesses anyway. It's not like any of us know. We're not part of the panel. And even if we were, what we voted for doesn't mean that's what's going to get chosen. So, all right, guys. Well, let's get to our topic roulette. Let me see here. Let's have ThunderStash go first.
Really? Okay.
I know. It like never happens. I know. I never have you go. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like we always need to go Eric first or GameBird first. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Let's switch it up.
Okay, I'll do the Switch 2 editions.
Okay, I figured that. I wonder who's the person who wanted to talk about that.
Yes.
All right. Let's go with GameBird.
I'll do dealer's choice. I don't have a topic yet, but I'm feeling
Figure it
creamy.
out. Yeah,
So.
Creamy. It'll come up. Eric.
I'll go with are we concerned about RAM and SSD and sales?
Yep. I know if that sounds confusing, guys. Don't worry. It'll make sense when we get there. That leaves me with the game card size options stuff going on, which I've heard some things about. So that's kind of cool. So you can kind of hear directly from someone who has their own sources. But most of the conversation is not really going to be about if it's true or not. It is true. It's, the conversation is going to go a certain direction. You guys will see when we bring the topic in. That being said, let's go ahead and go to, oh my God. Kim, we'll go to ThunderStash. What's our first topic?
We're going to do this first?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
he's like, I wasn't quite ready. I was still making a giant list of 50 things.
Yeah, I'll pull that. I'll let you guys go first, though. Okay. Switch 2 editions. This is for our wants, hopes, desires for 2026 and beyond. And for it to be a Switch 2 edition, right? Just to be clear, I'm talking Switch 1 games that are going to get Switch 2 edition. It's going to get that Switch 2 edition label, right? And so there's already been a lot of these games. A lot have been announced in the last week or two. There's been a handful. There's been kind of a lot to keep up with, especially because these are all shadow drops. You can't really plan to cover them. You have to plan to cover them after they're announced. So it's been kind of tough. But thinking about it, I think there's going to be a lot more. I know earlier this year when we did our bingo cards going into all the Switch 2 predictions before it was even shown, we talked about this a lot. Switch 2 editions. This was on my bingo card, for instance, that we're going to get a ton of Switch 2 editions. That's been the theme. And this is a really good way to fill out the calendar. I think keep people glued to their Nintendo Switch 2 consoles. Now, as far as what we're going to get in 2026, I mean, with each new year, the sky's the limit. Everything's on the table. You don't know. I mean, we only know up to, I believe it's probably Yoshi and Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition. Outside of that, we really don't know what's coming first party. So, anything's possible when a new year comes, which is what makes all of this exciting to talk about right now here on December 17th, is because we don't know what's going to happen. So let's talk about what we'd actually like to see happen. Who would like to kick us off for this with their list? I will go last. I'll play cleanup. If you guys want, I can actually, if you want a second, I can go over some of the games that have just come out.
Oh, you mean the ones just announced?
Yeah, because there's been a lot.
Sure.
Yeah. And I'm gonna step away for once. My keyboard died. I'm gonna go grab my little cable so I can look up some stuff. I'll be right back, but I'm listening.
All right. Okay, so recent ones, right? And you guys can probably fill in the gaps on a few of these for me. High on Life. That's got a Switch 2 edition that doesn't get talked about a ton. Of course, we have Mario Wonder coming. We have Animal Crossing Switch 2 edition, January 15th. One of the games I'm reviewing which should probably be out tomorrow, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate Switch 2 edition, which came out yesterday. Divinity Original Sin 2 Switch 2 edition. Of course, that just came out. Yesterday, Batman Arkham Knight got sort of like a pseudo Switch 2 edition. It's not quite. It received a patch, though, to perform better on Nintendo Switch 2. So this is not like a red label Nintendo Switch 2 edition. You won't see it like that in the eShop. However, WB is making strides, it seems, to get this running better on Switch 2, which is good. Dispatch was just announced. Now, Dispatch hasn't come to Nintendo yet. So I don't know that I would really count this, right, as a Switch 2 edition. This is more like probably another topic with categories of games that are coming as ports, right?
Yeah, well,
but it was presented that way.
Well, Nintendo does it too, though. Switch 2 edition of Metroid Prime 4. It's just a label to... I think, in my opinion, I kind of think the way that obviously Nintendo is implying it is it's a game that's made for Switch 1. So it's a Switch 1 game that they just improved for Switch 2, whether it's day and date or comes later down the road. So I kind of feel like that's how Nintendo's using that label.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That makes sense to me. That's why I saw Dispatch Switch 2 edition. I'm like, well, it's not on Switch 1. So this isn't a Switch 1 to Switch 2 thing.
It will be.
Okay. Yeah, it comes out the same day.
Yeah.
Another one. So this is one that, again, for everyone in chat, I don't know if you'll remember, several months ago, probably around May or June, I was saying you should buy Kingdom Come Deliverance because it's going to get a Switch 2 edition. I just know it's going to. Sure enough, it's now officially out there in the rumor mill, and I believe
was it Nash Weedle today?
Weedle? Yeah.
Yep. And he said the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is coming as well. We didn't make my newsletter today because he posted it after I was working on it, but you guys can imagine that'll be in my news tomorrow.
And so I talked about picking up Kingdom Come Deliverance Switch 1 edition that you should because it's going to get a Switch 2 edition. And I mentioned also that I didn't buy Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to review earlier this year because 100% expect it to come to Switch 2. And I'd rather play it there because that's the more interesting review as well, right? You know how it's going to perform on PS5. We don't know how it's going to perform on Switch 2. And that's what, of course, makes it more interesting. So both of those games they're not officially confirmed, but again, I mentioned it in May, I believe. And now Nash Weedle is actually reporting on it today that's going to be coming. So that's exciting. So those are some of the highlights, I guess, of some of the games that have been, announced recently. Of course, we got like Tomb Raider, but again, that came to Switch 1 the same day as Switch 2. So there's a lot coming.
Parameters.
Yeah, exactly. The Rogue Prince of Persia,
definitely.
right? I just reviewed that yesterday, and same thing, right? That's a Switch 1 and Switch 2 edition. We got Skyrim. Skyrim just got the Switch 2 edition. Literally, I got to the airport and it got announced. I'm like, shit, wish I had that game card on me. That's one of those times I wish that I was digital for a game because then I could have updated it and checked it out on the plane. So there's a handful of games, right? What do we want to see in 2026 as a Switch 2 edition? Now, with the foundation laid, who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Start off by noting, guys, that I don't care that much about Switch 2 editions. I think this should be pretty well understood by my audience, but for the extended Nintenbyte family audience, I don't really replay games. So like games getting updates like higher resolution, better frame rates, which is what a lot of it is. Maybe a couple new features and tweaks here and there, mouse support. It's just not, I just don't care because if I already beat the game, I'm probably not going to replay it. Now I realize on this show, I'm the weird one. I'm like the only person that doesn't replay games. So that doesn't mean though, I don't think that Switch 2, there can be some neat Switch 2 editions for, especially for those that replay or those looking for a first time experience. Witcher 3 Switch 2 edition. This needs to be a thing, especially if we're going to get Witcher 4. I think you really got to get Witcher 3 Switch 2 edition. Besides that, though, a lot of the Switch 2 editions are like things that like the ones that I think could use it are things that were either 30 FPS or just running really poorly. It would be nice if all of those games eventually got Switch 2 editions, but it's also like I think Nintendo and even some of these third-party companies also have to worry about the balance. Like we don't want there to be like March comes and there's 17 Switch 2 editions and no new games. Like it can get really overwhelming really fast because of how many games are actually on Switch 1. But that said, if I look at any Nintendo game that I might want a Switch 2 edition for, they kind of got most of the big ones covered. I wouldn't mind if they did a Switch 2 edition for Smash Bros. That's kind of the one because they never really released it with all the DLC.
Yeah.
So if you do a Switch 2 edition, it would be like a deluxe edition, but then it would also probably run at like 4K or something like that, which would be neat. I don't know if that makes sense. It kind of depends on when the new Smash Bros is coming, because like there's going to be a new one. If it's coming next year, even, which is possible. It sounds like the Kirby Air Riders team was a temporary, not the same, and then not the team from Bandai Namco entirely. Like it wasn't some dedicated team. It was a very temporary side thing that he was working on. That's what it felt like to me when he said, "Hey, the team's going to be disbanding." So this isn't like a primary development team. So this was a side team.
Yep.
So they very well could have been still like him and Bandai could have been working on Smash at the same time, is what I'm trying to say. So because like you guys know, Sakurai doesn't do all the programming personally himself. So like very easily these games could have been developed at the same time. So that's the thing. If there's a new Smash coming next year, then I don't think we'll get a Switch 2 edition. But if it's still like 2028, I can see a Switch 2 edition of that. Besides that, though, I had thought for a moment like Nintendo would never do it, but Mario Kart 8 Deluxe getting a Switch 2 edition that includes all the DLC and 4K would be awesome. They want to do that and even attempt to try to make World look worse. It lives. So I know that you. By the way, you can play Mario Kart 8 on your Switch too. It's not like they took that away. It's just not in 4K, and they're just not advertising it really anymore. Notice how there was no Switch 1 bundle this year officially for the holiday for it. I wonder why. It's like they want you to buy the Switch 2 Mario Kart. But yeah, so then I kind of lean towards like the third parties, and there's like so many third party games that were kind of rough. Like if we're gonna get Doom the Dark Ages, then I want Doom 2016 Switch 2 edition. Let's get that up and going so it kind of matches with what we're gonna see from Dark Ages in terms of performance and resolution. Anything that pretty much anything that's been put out there by Bethesda. We know we got the Skyrim one, but what about all the other ones? Like Wolfenstein, stuff like that. And besides that, I'm trying to think. I know there's some other games that ran really rough.
So wait, I missed part of it because I had to step away. Is this only games that already exist on Switch right now that we want an upgrade for? Or like when we say Switch edition, is it just a Switch 2 version of a third party or first party game that already exists?
Yeah, that. I think we can go with that because Nintendo's kind of phrasing it that way, like Dispatch Switch 2 edition. That's how it's being promoted. But there is no Switch 1 edition right now.
Right.
So, I think it's being used pretty loosely to probably encapsulate way more games.
How about a Hyrule Warriors Legends Deluxe Switch 2 edition? Just keep making the name longer. Another one though that had some performance issues that it would be cool to have that one topped off as well. Same with Age of Calamity, actually. Would be really nice to see consistent performance in that with a higher resolution. But yeah, I can rattle off a billion of these. I don't want to take them all. But these are just the ones that I'd be interested in seeing, but I probably wouldn't play any of them because these are all games like I already played, I already beat, I'm good. For the multiplayer games that never end, I've probably moved on to other multiplayer games at this point. I will say this, like if Splatoon 4, because of Splatoon Raiders, is going to be like 2-3 years from now, then Splatoon 3 Switch 2 edition could make a lot of sense. I'll throw that one out there. There's another Nintendo one that like it kind of just like here's the problem with the Nintendo ones for me is it's like, yeah, there's what I want, but then also, am I going to care about it if a new game in that franchise is coming out around the same time?
There's a Splatoon 3 Switch 2 edition.
There is? Okay.
Yeah. It got announced. Yeah, it came out like probably a month after Switch 2.
No,
when it was real hot and hectic. Yeah.
I was too busy dealing with the Mario Kart backlash at that point.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's fine.
Totally just woo. Well, I should check my system.
Yeah.
Maybe get Splatoon 3 updated. That shows you how long it's been since I even attempted to boot up Splatoon 3. It's been a while. And someone else brought up a good one. This one I think should only happen if we're not getting a sequel. Because if we're getting a sequel, then that'll be a key feature for the sequel to advertise it. And that is Mario Maker 2. Demonic Brawler, throwing that out there. Makes a ton of sense. Mouse support for that kind of game makes so much sense. That'd be the biggest upgrade. Forget resolution, frame rate. Who cares? The mouse would make that game infinitely better for building levels. That said, again, if they are ever planning a third one or a 3D one, they might just say, we're not going to do that because we want mouse to be like this big special new introduction for a new one. But the 2 didn't sell extremely well, so that's why you could see them maybe just bringing that one back as a Switch 2 edition on the cheap, but we'll see. And the last thing I will note is No more $80 Switch 2 editions, please. That's all I want to say for that. I don't care. I know a DLC, it's Star-Crossed World. I'm cool. Cool. Well, guess what? Kirby and the Forgotten Land's not a new game. We can just sell that at 70. We can just sell that at, well, I mean, probably because on Switch 2 70. So you just knock it down to 70. It's not that big a deal. Nintendo, I love you. And I know you need money, right? You're desperate. You're a $100 billion company.
They're going to fold in the next 20 minutes.
Exactly. You might be trying to buy Square Enix, for Christ's sake. You got to make more money.
I saw that.
Yeah. By the way, guys, the
That's
Square Enix
interesting.
story, the reason we're not really talking about it tonight is because, like, if you actually read the article, which I did in my video, they're not actually for sale. But there is an investment group involved that does push for that sometimes. And it did seem, based on reading the article, there are certain investors that would like that group to push for a sale.
God, just for the love of God, keep Square away from Embracer and Tencent, please. For the
I
love
don't think
of
Embrace is
God.
buying anything anymore.
Yeah.
That all backfired for them. So I think they're done. But guys,
Oh,
Square-
good. They could take all those great IPs with them too.
But if it's like a year, 2 years out and it is for sale, well, okay, you kind of know where this conversation started, and it started with this company getting involved with investing with them. Anyways, so yeah, that's what I got. I'm good.
Okay,
Who
who would
wants-
like to go next?
I got
Oh,
two.
go for it, Eric.
I just got two. One of the biggest ones I want is a like Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle and the Yep.
Yeah.
Get a Switch 2 for that one. Maybe combine them.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I didn't. See, I was gonna bring that one up, and the reason I didn't is, one, I figured you might.
Yeah.
And two, they kind of already said, Yeez Guillemot kind of said in the past that, like, we're probably going to be doing that anyways. It's just not announced yet.
Right.
But like he said this back when he's like, oh, Nintendo was right. We should have waited to release this for Switch 2. But don't worry, we're going to continue to support it, and we'll, bring it to Switch 2. It's okay. It's not announced yet, though.
Yeah.
So.
And then the other one I could see kind of leaning towards what Nate had said, coming out before another one, Luigi's Mansion 3. Getting that out and up to Switch 2 edition before Luigi's Mansion 4 comes out, I think would be a smart idea.
Dude, they put that in 4K. It's going to look
right.
Dude, that game already looks so good. I just need it to be not blurry on my TV. I do like this TV behind me. I just need it to not be blurry on it. That's it. That's all I need.
Like that.
Yeah. So those are my two. Those are the ones that I really want.
All right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is kind of a hard list to put together if we are looking at it in the sense of games that are already out there that we just want enhanced for Switch 2 that exist on the original platform. Just because, honestly, what I really want, and what it seems like we're going to get this gen for the first time ever, really, is day and date third-party stuff. It looks like that pattern is already starting to show itself with Resident Evil next year. So that's really, really exciting. But that being said, there are games that we do have that, and one of these, the first game actually I'm going to mention is one I was thinking about last week, because we got a little game called Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and I've been playing it and enjoying it a lot. And then I've been thinking about, man, They should do a free upgrade for Dread. That way I can experience Dread, with the 120 frames or and just like all the Switch 2 glory. Just in that Metroid mood right now. And would love to see that one. Another one that comes to mind is obviously Bayonetta 3. It's a fantastic game. Had some performance issues. They could easily do a 60 frames 4K version of that. Beautiful, runs smoothly on Switch 2 the way the game's meant to run. Another one, this is a GameBird favorite, but one that did not run very well, unfortunately, on Switch when it came out, is No More Heroes 3. You guys all know I'm a big Suda 51 fan. So that's one that could really use some love from the extra horsepower behind the Switch 2. This next one's kind of a twofer. I'd like to see an enhancement, but I'd also like to see the recent game ported to Switch 2. So either or, I'll take either or. But Diablo 3 Switch 2 edition would be amazing with added mouse mode support. You know, it's an ARPG. That it's a game that's as wonderful as that game plays on PlayStation and the OG Switch. The game's meant to be played with the mouse. Period. It's always going to be better with a mouse and keyboard. So I'd love to see Diablo 3 or 4 make its way. Nate, you mentioned Witcher 3. You know, I'd like to see Alan Wake 2, a Switch edition of that. It's, you know, we don't have it on the OG Switch. But again, returning to OG Switch games that I would really like to see on the console. Xenoblade Chronicles X. I've been waiting. I have the Wii U version. Played a little bit of it back in the day, and then I got carried away with something else. I got the Switch version, but I've been holding off on that Switch 2
a lot of people are
update. So I'm not touching it until it comes. And then Nate, you mentioned another one. I was thinking a lot about my favorite Hyrule Warriors, the original, the OG Hyrule Warriors, the mashup of all Zelda canon, all Zelda lore, all Zelda characters in one game. It's a full celebration of the entire series, and I would love to see that one beefed up for the Switch 2, especially coming off of Age of Imprisonment. But those are kind of the core ones. Outside of that stuff, I mean, there's tons that'll come to my mind. Doom, Monster Hunter Rise, you know, would be sick to see get some of that love and treatment. Smash Brothers, obviously, so many, but ultimately I just really want day and date for the new stuff, and it looks like that's starting to come, so I hope that pattern continues. And yeah, it's exciting. Good times.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
All right, TygerTyme, you want to go?
Well, heck yeah. So yeah, I put together a little list here. We talked about Resident Evil 7 and 8 got Switch 2 editions, right?
They are.
Yeah, they are. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're coming out the same day as Resident Evil.
That's right. They're coming in that triple pack. That's right, yeah. Well, they popped into my head, but that's going to be resolved soon here. But I kind of like the idea of using the Switch 2 editions for kind of, you know, like an advertising or a transition piece into the next game. Kind of like how Divinity 2, after that trailer from the Game Awards, just now they're doing the Switch 2 edition. I kind of like using that tactically like that. So, you know, I thought of, like, again, Luigi's mentioned 3, like Eric said, sort of, you know, not right before the next game, but kind of, you know, after the reveal trailer or something like that. Because, you know, that's the game that everyone talks about as kind of the peak of Switch beauty, basically. But seeing that in 4K, 60 FPS would be amazing. And that was like my big thing, because I remember when I played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for the first time on their Switch 2 editions, it was kind of like playing the games the way that my imagination remembered them, sort of thing. You know, sometimes when I go back to older games, it never hits like my imagination, but playing those games in the Switch 2 edition was like, whoa, this is how it was supposed to be played. I feel like this is how I played it, but I must not have. And so then you go back and check it out, and it really is a huge difference. So I just think of all these first party titles specifically, like if they did this with Arceus, I know that people kind of want that open world kind of experience that ZA didn't offer. So if they released a Switch 2 edition of, you know, of Legends Arceus, that's kind of meeting that middle ground and just making that 4K. It could just, because that game had some beauty, even though the textures weren't great. Like the night skies, there were some beautiful vistas in Arceus. So I think seeing that super enhanced would be money. But yeah, and then I think of Fire Emblem 3 Houses. That's another game with Fortune's Weave kind of on the horizon. I think that if they did that, that would be really cool, because that's a game that, again, does still look pretty decent, but, you know, it could obviously look even more beautiful. The Thousand Year Door finally getting its 60 FPS that it deserves. I don't know if that's necessary, you know, to do a whole Switch 2 edition necessarily for it, but if that's what it takes, I love that game. Maybe even for any of these two doing kind of like a Kirby style Switch 2 edition where there's a little piece of content would be so freaking cool, especially for Thousand Year Door specifically. And then I think of Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze too was another one that popped into my head.
Yeah.
That would be sick. Yeah, I just love that game. I know we talked about it 2 or 3 weeks ago when I was on, but that's right up there for 2 with me in terms of the Donkey Kong 2D style. So seeing that game with even better textures, just possibly getting some DLC in the wake of hopefully whatever the next 2D Donkey Kong game is, would be really cool as well. So yeah, I think Ori also popped into my head, kind of in that similar vein. Like when I heard about the Silk Song getting a Switch 2 edition eventually, Ori was the first game that popped into my head. So those games are already beautiful. So just seeing what they could do with the Switch 2 edition would be great. But yeah, I feel like those are kind of the first few that popped into my head. But again, I just love the idea of using them in tandem with either a reveal or whether it's Zelda's 40th somehow incorporating. I mean, most Zelda games have the Switch 2 editions that you would assume did, but just kind of using it with that piece would be cool. And again, I love them because they just kind of awakened my imagination to what the game can be. So yeah, exciting.
Nice. That's a good list. I like that.
Heck yeah.
You definitely had some of the ones I had on there.
Okay.
So some of the deeper cuts, but yeah, I still have a lot, but those are good.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see here. This is what I got. Again, Nate, you mentioned it. I've been talking about this nonstop. You guys know I have Smash Brothers Switch 2 edition. I fully expect it. I do really believe the reason why we haven't got a complete edition with all the DLC is because that's what we're getting on the Switch 2. Much like Mario Kart 8, same thing. Obviously, we didn't get one with all the DLC unless you get the Japanese version, which I do have. But they didn't sell that here in the US physically. But in the same vein that we had Mario Kart 8 and then on Switch, the deluxe with all the good stuff, I think we're going to get something similar here for Smash Brothers. And whether that's to hold over the Smash Brothers community or not, or if that's the actual game plan to roll with this game this generation, because hey, we're building Smash Brothers from scratch again. We're fully rebooting it. So this gen, you're getting this one, and we're going to add more stuff to it, just like we did with Mario Kart 8. I think that's a good proposition there, especially if they fix the net code. I think that'd make a lot of people happy. Pikmin 1 through 4. Look, Pikmin was on GameCube, the Wii, and Switch. Why would it not be on Switch 2? And I'm talking about not the IP, but the Pikmin games were on all consoles. There was a edition on the Wii. There was an edition on the Switch. I fully expect the Switch 2 to have 1 through 1, 2, 3, and 4 Switch 2 editions with the mouse Joy-Con mode. Just makes sense. It's just a matter of when they want to slot it into the calendar. That's all it comes down to for me. The Witcher Switch 2 edition, yes, again, this is a game that I said to pick up. When it goes on sale, buy it, because there will be a Switch 2 edition. I have more reason to think this too, that I'm even allowed to say. But I will say you should buy that. Again, Fallout 4, that was on my list since before the Switch came out, and sure enough, we're getting it now. So again, Switch 2 edition of that's going to be exciting. Elden Ring, of course. And again, some more recent footage came out of Elden Ring. It's just crazy. Like when we played this at PAX, this is a in development version. Made it crystal clear that it's in development, right? And all of these major outlets go with the full-on sensationalism that this game is horrible and it's this and that. It's like, bro, this is in development. It's going to be better. And sure enough, footage came out, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago, of an updated build and it's looking great. And it's not out yet, which means they're still working on it. It's only going to get better. Metaphor ReFantazio, I do expect a Switch 2 edition. Again, it's not on Switch 1, but, under the framing that they're using, I do expect Switch 2 edition of that.
That's a great call.
Yeah, it's perfect. Perfect home. I actually mentioned this in my review of Metaphor about, I think, a year ago, that I fully expected to come to Switch 2. And again, before we even saw Switch 2. It's just once you play, it's easy to see that this game would do numbers in the Nintendo community.
Being able to play that mobile would be awesome.
Yeah, it'd be huge.
Yeah.
Again, you mentioned Hollow Knight. Also, that's coming out. What was it? Q1. Forget if they dated it or not, but that's going to be really exciting. Games like that.
We'll see if that. But yeah, I think it was either 1 or 3 for some reason. I can't remember. But no, it was, I think it was 1.
That's exciting, right? Because it's games like that. It's games like Ori, like you said too. That was on my list. That they could really benefit from a FPF boost, and you could probably get it running in 4K because it's not a demanding game, but because it was on Switch 1, it just wasn't able to hit those technical markers. But on Switch 2, they could do it easy, which leads me to another one. I expect Hades 1 to get a Switch 2 edition. I think that's perfect candidate. You got Hades 2 running at 120 frames, 1080, or you can do 4K 60. Surely you can go back and fix up, give a little patch to Hades 1. I bet you get a big sales boost from that. The Doom games as well. Nate, you mentioned those. Wolfenstein, yes, and yes. One thing I could really see, I could see Night Dive Studios releasing their entire Switch 1 lineup of games as Switch 2 editions. So the Turok games, Star Wars Dark Forces Remaster, Quake, Heretic, Hexen, System Shock 2, Killing Time Resurrected, The Thing Remastered, Rise of the Triad, etc. I see those coming over. Moving into the cloud stuff, right? I still expect Kingdom Hearts to get actual Switch 2 editions, not cloud editions, games that we can actually buy. Again, said this for decades, literally decades, just not on YouTube. The Kingdom Hearts would do numbers on Nintendo. I never understood why, outside of the fact that there's an exclusivity deal probably in place. The Assassin's Creed games, there's a handful on Switch 1. I think those could all be patched up for Switch 2 editions. On top of that, I do expect Origins and was it Valhalla and what is the other one?
Odyssey's the other one.
Odyssey. I platinum that game.
That was a good one.
Game's so good. Yeah, so good. And just seeing what they've been able to do with AC Shadows, which I believe it got another patch today. And that's going to, fix a little bit of the performance, even though it's already good. But seeing what they've done with a next-gen Assassin's Creed game on Switch 2, I think there's good reason to believe that we would have performance options for the PS4 games on Switch 2. Like the Origins and the Valhalla and the Odyssey. Again, still fully expect Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3. I expect Prime 1 to, get the... I think 1 through 3 get the 4K 60, 1080, 120, Switch 2 Joy-Con controls. It's just a matter of when. It's not if for me. The Ninja Gaiden trilogy. Again, these games would really benefit from the Switch 2 hardware to get them up to 60. You really need that too with Ninja Gaiden. Here's one. So I just reviewed this game, Octopath Traveler 0. And I had to boot up Octopath Traveler 1 again to grab my save. Because if you have save data from 1 or 2 and it's recognized on Octo 0, you get some extra stuff, right? As I booted up, like just having 0 in for like 10 minutes. Then being like, oh shoot, I need to grab my save from the cloud. Let me go back to Octo 1 and grab that. Seeing that and then seeing 0. So playing Octo Path Traveler 1 on Switch 2 versus 0 is like night and day. You know, as far as fidelity and performance. It's like, man, these games could really use 60 FPS. Get them running the same as Octo 0. And again, you're going to sell way more units of this game. So why not do this? And I think they are. I think they will. I think it's part of the agenda. Let's say that. Xenoblade, again, all of them. So I don't see why we wouldn't get all of them running better. Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2, especially with 3 coming, they're already performing better on Switch 2 without a patch, which means it's almost there. All you got to do is put a small team on there to get it patched up, and then you get to slap on that Switch 2 edition red label, and it'll automatically boost sales. And then you could even sell all 3 of them as a bundle in the eShop. Easy money. Here's one that we're pretty sure is coming, guys. That's the Lego games. Because remember, they were shown. I think they were shown in Germany at one of the game shows. It's like the Skywalker trilogy, the Marvel superheroes. They were all there being advertised as Switch 2 edition. So I don't see why we wouldn't get that. And again, I actually bought all of these digitally when they went on sale, because when the Switch 2 edition comes out, they're going to be asking for some more money. So get them when they go on sale. I think I got them for like $5 each, which is, absolute steal. And like the Marvel game too. Again, Marvel, I was looking at their slate of TV and film stuff for 2026. They got a lot cooking. And being able to advertise a Lego Marvel game on Switch 2 as if it's new to coincide with some of their film and TV announcements is easy money. You're already marketing Marvel stuff. You can market it alongside it, which is why I think the new Marvel fighting game, right, will get more DLC. Let's see, the Ease games.
That's a good pick.
Yeah, dude.
That's a great pick.
They do numbers on Nintendo. They do a really good job on Nintendo. Yeah, so Switch 2 edition right there.
There should be a Switch 2 edition of every RPG.
Pretty much, because yeah, dude, like the Switch is home to so many RPG players. RPG, JRPG, we don't care. We love RPGs over here. Like Dragon Quest 11. Like Dragon Quest 11S it's in my top 5 RPGs of all time. The best version is on Switch. The S stands for Switch. The S version was a Switch exclusive. It was so good that it then got ported to PlayStation 4 and Xbox. So the perfect home to get the Ultimate Edition of it is obviously Switch 2. And there's still more people that need to experience that game. Disco Elysium.
Yep.
Slap on some mouse Joy-Con controls, up that resolution and FPS. It's one of those games that I think is pretty close to probably being there. It just needs a dedicated patch.
I'm a bit disappointed that it's 50-50. I think it's awesome that we got a Switch 2 update for Divinity 2 Original Sin. Very disappointing that it doesn't include mouse mode though.
Yeah, they need to add that. I hope they are working on that.
Yeah,
I hope so too, because that's
feedback.
Those kind of games are always going to be better on a PC. They're just at the core of their design. They're meant to be played with a mouse. A lot of menus to navigate. I hope that's something that they change, and on top of that, keep those kind of games coming.
Yeah.
I saw Wink Demand just had a comment there about Super Mario RPG Switch 2 Edition. I do have on my list Super Mario RPG, Paper Mario, The Origami King, and of course, Thousand Year Door, because it's in the code. It's coming. I'd bet the house on it. It's coming. It's just a matter of when. Where does Nintendo need to strategically slot this into the calendar? And I am under the impression that Nintendo is very agile when it comes to this, in that they don't need to say today internally when we're going to release this. They'll look at the calendar to see when there are dry spells that coincide with third parties. And when there is, Switch 2 Edition. And they'll continue to do that. They're ready. Like, I really believe a bulk of these games are already ready. It's just a matter of when. And we know Nintendo does this already. Final Fantasy 1 through 6 Switch 2 Edition. Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably up the resolution to 4K. I don't know what it is on PS4, PS5. I'd have to double check that. But I think that's all you could do. But hey, why not? Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen Switch 2 Edition. I think Dogma 2 is going to come to Switch 2 because obviously Dogma 1 came and that was a tough one to get. And it runs at 30 frames on PlayStation 5. Okay. So I think bringing it over to Switch 2, it's expected to run at 30 frames where it's already currently running at that. So I think that would be more than acceptable for a lot of people. Unicorn Overlord Switch 2 Edition. Again, locking that frame rate. It was very close to 60. They aimed for it. Didn't always hit it, but mouse Joy-Con mode, up the resolution, easy.
We're not. We're also not talking about much. We keep talking about 60 FPS, dude. Switch 2 does 120.
Yeah, some of these 120 I mentioned.
I think Unicorn Overlord should be like 120. I think they can pull that off. So shoot.
You'd think so.
Some of the I hope a lot of these would be just a free patch, like a Switch 2 patch. But some of the games, like when they do titles like some of these, like, I don't want to say lesser titles because a game like Unicorn Overlord to me is one of the best releases of its time. Phenomenal game. I know a lot of us sing praises for some of these smaller titles, not necessarily indie, but like the HD 2D, really, really cool games. But I'd love to see a lot of these do free updates or do how some of the games they just charge like $1.99.
I love that.
And then you get like the Switch 2 update. Like Fantasy Life did that.
Yeah. Turtles just did it. Splintered Fate. That was one of the reviews I was just recording. $249 to get the Switch 2 edition, and it's just say it's worth it. I don't want to give away.
Silksong will be free.
Yeah,
saying that Silksongs will be free. So yeah, there's a precedent out there for it.
Borderlands 1 through 4. Obviously, we're waiting for 4. I think after 4 comes out, they can retroactively probably use that development team that just got to know the Switch 2 very well. Say, hey, let's get these fixed. Maybe we start with 3 first, since we haven't been able to put that on the eShop because of the lighting issues. Because, if your game's not selling, you're losing money if you can't have it on the eShop. Tony Hawk 1 and 2. Again, we got 3 and 4. 1 and 2, easy money. You guys mentioned Resident Evil. Yes. Revelations 1 and 2 is already running better by default. It's running at 60 without a patch. So how much work would you have to do to just up the resolution now with a dedicated patch? And then again, you get to slap on that Switch 2 edition label. You get a special section on the eShop for it, where you can actually go to all the Switch 2 editions. And that's an easy way to boost your sales. Point and click games. Grim Fandango, Thimbleweed Park, right? I really want to see Maniac Mansion come to Switch 2, Day of the Tentacle. It's on PS4. It's on Xbox. I love that game. That would look great on Switch 2 in 4K. No problem. A couple more. What Remains of Edith Finch? I think that's a great candidate for it. Dying Light, Switch 2 edition. That was one of those kind of impossible ports. BioShock 1 through 3. Great games. Get those going. You mentioned Legends Arceus, yes. The Bayonetta games, yes. Here's one we didn't mention, Astral Chain. Especially if we all think Astral Chain 2 is coming, which I do. Get that there. And then again, I mentioned all this stuff with the Marvel, everything on the Marvel slate for 2026. Great time. And Nintendo published this. The great time to bring out Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, the Black Order, again, as a Switch 2 edition, 60 FPS, up that resolution to maybe 1440p, 4K if you can. But with all the Marvel stuff going on in 2026, like you got to do that. You got to take advantage of the marketing that already exists, right? Like Cosmic Invasion that I reviewed on Switch 2. Awesome game. There's 15 characters on the roster. That's not a lot for Marvel. We all know that. There's so many Marvel characters. But again, there's a reason why. And that's because you can release DLC to coincide with something else you're marketing. Like, what is it? Avengers Doomsday? That's coming out in 2026. You make sure your DLC is ready, which I'm presuming it already is, but it will be ready. Again, I'd put money on that Avengers Doomsday, there will be DLC in or around that time frame for that game as well. So you kind of got to look at that stuff. Like I mentioned earlier this year about Fallout 4. What I had said was season 2. It's coming out, right? We just watched the first episode, I think, yesterday, the day before. But I mentioned that Fallout 4 Switch 2 edition, that's why I think it's going to come out, to coincide with the new season. And of course, that's what we're going to get. So you got to look at what's going on in other places, right? Like expect Lego Marvel to get that. Expect the other Marvel games. Anything that coincides where marketing dollars are already spent and you can capitalize on marketing dollars that you didn't have to spend in order to like increase your game sales. Just like with Mario, the Mario movie, same thing. Mario plus Rabbids, Ubisoft doesn't have to spend money to market the movie, but they can benefit from the movie's marketing and sell more copies without spending any money on marketing. That's how you do it, right? That's the list, guys. And obviously I could have kept going, but
I did think of one more
yeah,
real quick. Not that I necessarily want it, but Starlink Battle for Atlas. I think that could,
yeah.
if they updated the frame rates and stuff and, updated that one because the Star Fox, DLC for Nintendo, I think that could have a small revival. They gave it a Switch 2.
That's a good call. I like that. Let me give one shout out to HMon661. He said Portal Collection, Switch 2 edition.
That'd be cool.
That would be good. That'd be good with the mouse.
Yeah, I've been trying to think of the mouse that's in my head, like CRPGs. It would be good. Like mouse controls have a ton of potential.
Well, some of the games that I just am working on the review that are going to be out in the next day or two, I was using mouse Joy-Con mode on these games.
That's awesome.
And yeah, I'm just like, dude, I love my Pro controller. Who doesn't? It's an amazing controller. But the type of precision you can get with the mouse Joy-Con when it comes to aiming, it's unparalleled, which again is why PC players always have had an advantage, right? And shooters because of that. So yeah, I think there's a lot. Obviously The Sims is something I talked about last year again. This time last year, actually like November, when I bought the Sims game for Michaela, the My Sims. And and fully expect that to come to Switch 2, the actual The Sims 4. Because have you guys seen how much DLC they have, or how much things you can buy?
Yeah, it's endless.
Dude,
Scary.
someone put out a post, and it was about how much money you'd have to spend to buy all the extra stuff. We need to look this up. It is insane.
For what game?
For The Sims 4.
Oh, dude.
I have a feeling it was six figures, like over 100,000.
I remember even back in the day, like Sims 2 or 1 on CD, they even had a ton of CD expansion packs, like Halloween party, Christmas, pets, and there's so many.
What do they call it? Packs, kits. They have all these different names for it.
Packs, I feel like.
As of 9 months ago, it was $1,929.10.
1,920.
To own everything. But that is because they took a lot of the individual purchases and they put them into packs. That makes it cheaper to get them.
Okay, so
But if you bought it on the individual level, there's much more, obviously.
Right. So EA, who is now working with Saudi Arabia, right? Do we not think that they want this game to continue making more money, like on a platform that you didn't release on? So it's not like a PS4 to a PS5 edition, which I think is also going to happen alongside this release. This is, hey, dude, you haven't sold yet to Nintendo gamers. Did you know that they had the largest install base of any console with the Nintendo Switch? That means you lost out on the biggest piece of pie. You know they're going to be like, dude, get that game over there immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Evergreen it as much as you can. And people will spend the money. We got a comment from Joe Taku.
That's a great call.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah. Hopefully Hat in Time gets an update.
Really cool game.
It crashes on Switch too. I did see that.
Really?
Thankfully, the devs said they are aware and are waiting for kits.
They're a cool little team. Like
I'm glad they're
Dutch or
ready.
something. Yeah,
there's so many games like that, though, right? That could really benefit from the Switch too. What's the other game? It was by the Sega team, Sega's old team, the one that did Sonic, not Origins, but the other one, Penny's Big Breakaway. That could really benefit from like a Switch 2 edition. It's games like that.
Mm-hmm.
Demonic Brawler with the $5 super chat said, you know what's all BS aside? How about all Switch cloud only version games get a free native Switch 2 edition? Come on, Nintendo, what are you doing? And bro, I love that idea because
Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god.
Right. The cloud experience is not a good experience. So if you spent that money, I think if you own it already on the cloud, to give it to those folks for free. Everyone else, they pay whatever price you come up with, but to give it to them free for enduring it, I think that would be a really, really good call. And Wink Demand 07, I would love to see a Mario Maker 2 Deluxe with more themes. That would be great, but it would be even better if we got a 3D Mario Maker instead. Dude, heck yeah. I mean, I would love to play people's Super Mario 64 creations, whatever they come up with, because I love that game. Super Mario Maker 2, Switch 2 edition, add mouse support already from Demonic Brawler, $2 super chat. Thank you. And Demonic Brawler with another $2 super chat. Kingdom Hearts Trilogy Collection, Switch 2 edition. Dude, totally. And you could come out with a really nice physical collection for it. And look, if it's key card, it's key card, right? I don't think that's going to slow down sales for Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. You know, I really don't. Do we all want it physical? Yeah, of course. But we need actual editions for it. Demonic Brawler, another $2 super chat. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, Switch 2 Edition.
Jesus.
Love it.
Edition. Wait,
Dude,
we
all
know
the
it's coming.
All
It
the
was in the
Xenoblade
code. It was in the code, right?
Yeah.
We know it. That Paper Mario, one of the Ease games had it as well. So we know these things are coming. It's just a matter of, hey, when is the best time to strike? Because we don't have to release games on top of each other. That won't benefit anyone. I think Nintendo and third parties are working together on that. The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD bundle Switch 2 edition from Demonic Brawler, $5 super
Also,
chat.
this implies they would also release it on Switch 1, of course, because it can't be a Switch
Yeah.
2 edition if it's not.
That's true. The long rumored Wind Waker Twilight Princess bundle. Have you guys given up hope on that? I haven't, but have you?
I have not. No. There's a
I don't
flame
know.
still flickering.
You guys know I've been weird on this one because I mean I've said it 100 times. I think even Nate and I argued about it on one episode. Just that it'll be an inferior version not having the dual screen. So how do they like? How do you? I mean, I guess they'd have to bundle them together. Maybe that's the selling point. You get both of them for the price of one.
What if they allowed you to use your cell phones?
The selling point is literally the selling point is you can't play the HD versions unless you owned one of 13.5 million consoles. Most people cannot play these games in HD. Period.
Yeah.
On official hardware. That's the selling. It's the same selling point. There's just now a bigger audience.
Same as Metroid would be.
Right, but you can play
if
Wind
you do
Waker
Tears of the
in
Kingdom?
high definition right now on Switch 2 or Switch 1 if you have it, or Switch 2 if you have NSO.
Yeah, but that's not the same. You know, Wind Waker HD on Wii U, it's not the same.
You don't think they dropped Twilight Princess on NSO on the GameCube?
They could. It still won't be the same. Yeah,
I'm not saying it'll be the same.
These games are enhanced. They've been enhanced. You know, it's not just the dual screen inventory management stuff. Forget about that. The games originally didn't have that. It's really the visuals. The visuals were enhanced. It wasn't just HDing old GameCube textures. It was like new textures, new lighting systems. You know. So,
I mean, I'm not
here's
saying
the
it's
thing.
not coming. I've just been kind of like on the fence with it because of some of the core features missing. I understand what you're saying, Brian. I've just been kind of on the fence with it. I don't know.
Well, because here's my thing.
Bundle present it in a way that's
like we talk about like the NSO stuff, but like that's not widescreen, true 1080p. That's not, you know, the rock solid 60 FPS. But plus the NSO GameCube has a little bit of latency problems.
Sure.
Like bringing these games back natively, because I'm not completely out on it. I do think it's actually going to be a while before they do it. At this point, but I think it's just like they never got a fair shake the first time around that they brought them back because unfortunately the console they came on bombed. So, you know, bringing them back again, it really is just the same selling point, except I don't know, we're on Switch 2 now. Would have been 4K.
I wonder if they redid the UI on the Switch 2 on a Switch 2 version. If they redid the UI,
they make it the same as Breath of the Wild.
Well, no, please God, no. I was gonna say like you know how Skyward Sword has like the radial menu where you could just pull up the radial and
the Twilight Princess have that too.
Does Twilight Princess? It's been so long.
I'm pretty sure
It probably does.
I'll double check. I'm pretty sure it does. I know Wind Waker didn't, but
no.
I'm trying to remember the GameCube and Wii version. I'm just looking right now. It's got to be like a screenshot of it. Pretty easy to find. Yeah. It definitely. Okay, good. I'm not an idiot. I remembered something correctly about Zelda. My God, I'm like, I swore selecting your items, and that's exactly what it is. Selecting all your different items is the radio thing.
Wind Waker's 25th anniversary is in 2027.
That's insane. That's disturbing.
That
I
is
know.
wild.
I just
Time go.
double checked. I'm like, holy crap! And of course,
Holy
Zelda.
hell, dude.
The Zelda movie comes out that year.
That feels like yesterday.
I feel like they'd be split if they
my
released.
God.
I don't think they do a bundle. I guess so. Maybe I don't have faith in that. But I think they'd be
also
split.
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you
Like
bundle
Metroid
it?
Prime Remastered. Yeah. Yeah.
They're not. It's not Galaxy 1 and 2. It's not the game and its sequel. These are two totally different Zelda games, different art style. Everything's different.
That's why the
dude.
bundle looks so appealing.
Oh, for sure.
Dude, I've seen the fan-made box arts.
It'd be
They look
sick.
so- they look
I
so
too.
good because-
They're so
'cause
good.
they like contrast like really well. I mean, dude, this is actually kind of sick.
It'd be cool. It would look awesome.
Like, it doesn't really make any sense. It makes more sense to like, hey, if you're gonna do Wind Waker, why don't you bring Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks as well and do a 3-pack bundle there? But
Well, they should get a link between worlds for sure. You got to get that off only 3DS. That game's brilliant, dude. So good.
It's so good.
That's the only Zelda I've missed because I didn't have a 3DS.
It ranked pretty damn high,
man.
didn't it? On IGN's
It was high.
top 100. Wasn't it like very high? And I think a lot of people who hadn't played it were like, "Oh shoot, like it's that good." And it's like, yeah,
It's so
really
good.
that good. It's
And like
so good.
the overworld theme has like acoustic guitar in it. It's rad. Like I remember like acoustic guitar kicks in and stuff. I'm like, holy shit! They're
My cousin
cooking
had it.
with this music.
Yeah. It
The
looked
story's
so
good
cool.
too.
yeah,
The story's fun in
Jotaku
that one.
has given up on the Zelda bundle. He thinks it's just too good to be true. Unless they charge 70 or 80, which is exactly what they would charge.
They would
Well,
definitely
sure,
do that.
sure. I mean,
Like-
then you're asking either $34.99 or $39.99. I if it's bundled, I could see them charging exactly
Yeah.
what they did for Galaxy 1 and 2, $70, or you buy them individually for 40 each. But that's about IP preservation.
There it is.
It's just Demonic Brawler.
You
man.
read that one.
Demonic Brawler says Nintendo Prime. You still forgot the ending of Ocarina of Time. I know. That's why I was giving myself credit for remembering something correctly. Stop it. I'm supposed to be a Zelda expert. But not to 712. Still holding on to my Z card. So, all right. Is that what we got for that topic? Then we good? Should we move on?
Yeah.
Awesome. I believe it's GameBird. What
All
are we doing?
right, we're going to dealer's choice already. No cartridge sizes.
No,
go for
that's the last time.
All right, fair enough. Okay, what was my topic again? Hold on, let me pull it up. I get like panicking.
I know your
okay.
topic.
So,
You see why he was trying to usher me to go first? He's like, I'm not ready. Hold on.
all right. So my topic is gonna be about the NSO. We have Virtual Boy coming to the NSO in February, beginning of 2026. But my question for everyone here tonight is, how do we think Nintendo is going to continue to grow NSO in 2026 post Virtual Boy's release to increase its appeal? This means, do we see them adding new consoles, maybe themes or music, maybe trophies or something unexpected? What do we think? Because I think this is obviously a service that Nintendo wants to continue to build upon. Obviously, they don't want it to be stagnant. They want it to grow. They want NSO to also be a reason why you convert from Switch 1 to Switch 2. So let's start with Primal.
Look, I've been saying this whole time, it's very easy for them to massively expand the NSO user base. It's very simple. They just have to do what everyone else is doing, monthly free games. Simple.
But here's the thing, Prime, and this is great saying what they need to do, but I also want to hear what you think they will do, if anything. Maybe you think they're not going to do jack shit after Virtual Boy comes out this year.
Because here's the thing. They need to do that if they want to actually expand it beyond what it currently is. But the thing is, like, they're probably not going to do that, obviously. At least I don't think they will. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do start to do it, and they're not just their games, they're working with third parties as well to try to come up with some packages. Absolutely possible. Will that increase the price of NSO? I would assume so, since they'd have to start giving more cuts to third parties. But in terms of what they actually will do, I mean, obviously continue along the way they've been doing, just keep trickling games out. But the games aren't really expanding anything. And part of me wonders, like, what Nintendo is actually willing to do. My fiance is walking in. You're playing copyrighted music full blast during a podcast. My God. I'm like, can you like calm down? Wait till I'm not talking. Anyway, that's what, sorry guys. That's why I went dead silent for a moment. I'm like, hold on. If we don't want to get copyrighted over here. I'll go talk to her in a moment. Let me get through what I was going to say. No, so I think that what Nintendo will do is keep trickling out games, and I do think an achievement system is coming. I think they've been working on something. We've seen patents already that already suggest they've thought about it and tried things, and we do see that they've had like some achievements in individual games, and we've seen like even on Switch 2 a couple games using the same terminology for their achievements from Nintendo, like almost like Nintendo might be trying to universalize the terminology, but not every game has them. Even new games that have come out don't have them. Kirby doesn't call them the same things as the other games do. You know, the same with Metroid Prime 4. So I think that's something that they will do. I don't think they're going to do it next year. I think it's more like a middle of the gen, like 3 years from now, 4 years from now is when they'll finally get it out there. Because I think the problem they're going to run into right now is they're going to want to retroactively add achievements to a lot of their Switch 1 games. And to do, it's just going to take a long time to kind of, because some of their games already have their own achievement systems, right? So like they got to do a lot of work to like merge in their individual game achievements into this system. So I think it just takes a while. Like we already know they technically sort of have one. Like when you go to My Nintendo, you'll see achievements for like the mobile games and stuff. So it's just, you know, I think they're working on it. I think they know people want it. The problem is it's not really going to expand NSO because achievements should be there regardless of if you're subscribed to NSO. That shouldn't matter. So I just don't know if there's, I'm going to be honest. I think outside of giving away free games every month, there's nothing they can do to make NSO get more popular because nothing else you do, like even if you're like, oh, if you're subscribed to NSO, you get themes. Okay, well, the people that are likely interested in that are probably already subscribed to NSO. Music, they're probably already subscribed to NSO because you have to be for Nintendo Music. Like, it just, nothing feels like a bigger value add than they're already doing. And you could argue, well, oh, they just need to add like Wii to the system. They need to add DS and 3. Okay, well, they keep adding new systems, but the numbers aren't going up. So I think they've kind of hit the limit at what they can appeal with their classic games in terms of growing. Now you just got to keep releasing games so people stay subscribed and don't get off. And obviously you tied online behind it and you've kind of maximized what you can do there. The amount of people that care about playing your games online, those also are subscribers. So with you need some other value add that is undeniable. So free games. I just don't know if Nintendo will go that far, but I think they should. And you know what? I honestly think there's a way they can do this where they don't have to change the price. You go with Nintendo's lowest tier games. So not like the Mario Odysseys of the world, right? But what about a Cadence of Hyrule? And then you start going the indie game route. You can't tell me they can't find tons of indie studios to work with that are totally cool with giving their game away for free for 1 month via NSO. They already do this on like every other platform. PC all the time. They could find some really good gems in there. You start to do that. You know, you could add a welcome tour eventually. Say like a year from now and no one's buying it anymore. Hey, instead of us doing a Nintendo Select line, what if we just gave that to you for a month? And by the way, how it works in the other system, you keep it after that as long as you're subscribed. You just had to claim it during the month. As long as you claimed it and you stay subscribed, you maintain access to that for as long as you remember. So that's what I think they need to do. I just don't know if they will, but I know that it would push numbers up. It's one of the reasons that PlayStation maintains such high subscription numbers. People don't want to lose access to all these games they've claimed over all these years. You know. So one other thing they could do, and this would really only impact people who buy digital only, they could offer a digital discount. Like, hey, 10% off all digital games. And Nintendo can do that because they take a 30% cut of every game. So they can literally offer that without hurting any of the developers. So something like that would also probably increase because people would be like, oh, I'll take an extra 10% off every time. You know, for how cheap this is. You know, it's a $20 a year. It's probably part of the expansion pass, to be clear. It's a $50 a year.
Yeah.
That's also, it's got to be something like that. That's like a big value add.
Sure.
With that, I better go see what the hell's going on. Came in here dancing. Is that Jake Randall? Literally, play copyrighted music and be like, I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna tell you it's Jake Randall or not. I don't know. He's he's probably dancing somewhere, working his bakery.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Sunflower Bakery and Jake Randall. Glad you guys are having success out there. Congrats on your grand opening coming up. All right. I will be right back. Kick it over to somebody else.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I don't have to lead it. All right.
Cheers, man. Some great points from Primal. But let's go over to TygerTyme, man. What do you think? What do you think Nintendo could do? What do you expect them to do, if anything?
All right. Yeah, I feel like kind of the inherent problem with NSO when I think about other things like, you know, subscriptions you pay for, like Netflix or any of the streaming services, is that, you know, they're always creating new content. And that's kind of the appeal. And just like how the Switch, kind of what sold the first Switch was the actual content. So like the games, the software sold it. And kind of, you know, same thing with streaming services. What sells Netflix is something like Squid Games or Stranger Things. HBO's like Game of Thrones. And NSO, because it's relying on the past, you know, that's not really something that they can lean on. And so, you know, when I think about what makes those grow, what keeps people on those services is paying for the new stuff or, you know, paying for stuff like that. So I feel like my first completely most unrealistic idea would be having some teams dedicated to making, you know, I wouldn't say they'd be the highest quality games, but making some new games in the style of these older consoles. So like, you know, you'd have a GameCube team that would make kind of a GameCube style game. And again, I say maybe not the highest quality because I don't know that they'd want to dedicate, they'd want to get them out fast. And I don't think they'd want to dedicate so much time to that. But I think it'd be interesting if they had like, you know, a somewhat new Game Boy Advance style game. That's one that I can't.
That makes me think of, not to cut you off, TygerTyme, but that
no.
makes me think of there used to be and I wish I could, maybe ThunderStash is back, so maybe he'll be able to help me on the point I was about to make. There used to be eShop exclusives that were games just made for the eShop, and I can't remember any of them. I believe, yes, they were like WiiWare games. And I believe there was one on the 3DS called Pushmo that was like an eShop exclusive. But that's kind of what I think about when you mention like kind of like maybe like lower budget exclusives for am I understanding right?
Yeah, no, totally. Because what I was kind of saying, ThunderStash, was I feel like they need to offer something new. And that's kind of how streaming services keep people in, is with new shows, new great stuff. So if they could offer something like that in NSO, even though it's reliant so much on the past, that could kind of keep people interested and keep them subscribed, because they'd wonder what's coming next. And the fact that it's something that they have never played before, even though it's kind of reliant on nostalgia, if there was that element, I think that would be kind of a nice next step. So yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's a good point. So, you know, there's a bit of a precedent for it. So maybe they would dedicate the time to that. That'd be cool. You know, obviously I do think about achievements. I think that they have the profile picture kind of set up already, so they could do a similar style thing with themes as well. You could unlock those in a similar fashion. It seems like it'd be an easy fit in there. I also thought, because NSO is so reliant on nostalgia for so many people, so if they kind of really embraced that and put in, some cool touches like a CRT mode for all the games, something like that. I don't know how complicated that would be to figure out. I know that games themselves sometimes offer that, but
They have it currently.
They have a CRT mode.
Yep, they have it for all of them. They went and added it.
Well, yeah, they just added it, right?
Yeah, like
okay, cool.
When I was at the Switch 2 experience, one of my videos, I made sure to test F-Zero GX with the CRT mode. So it came with the GameCube, and then they went back and like retroactively added it, so like you could play Mario 64 right now with CRT mode. And yeah,
cool.
It's a good point, though. I think that's a good selling point to your point.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
I think they'll do that. I'd love to see him go a little bit above that, because we do have like some games that have like a little bit more expansive options, the CRT mode, the scan lines. I know the Analog 3D just came out, and that has like, you could do CRT, you could do PVM monitor, BVM monitor, clean look, all the really customizable. So more options, the better.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally. I also think adding in a way that makes it very simple when you're paying for that to interact with other people that have it. It was kind of something on my wish list was, getting rid of the friend codes, making it easier to just hop into a party with someone like you might do on PlayStation or Xbox, and just creating more of that community. And I think that if people were able to pay for NSO and guarantee that they could easily play with their friends and talk with their friends, it would incentivize more people to kind of commit to that as their system, especially now with all the third parties coming day and date. Maybe this will be our Call of Duty game, because this is really easy to just hop in here and we can all get in a party. And if they make that so much easier to access, I think that would incentivize people to really kind of lean more into NSO in terms of just one button, basically like it is on the other consoles, and you can just search through your friend list, and it's a pretty simple process. So
sure.
But yeah, at the end of the day, when it comes to NSO improving, it really has to battle with the fact that it's so reliant on the past, and the past it's catching up. The past gets a hold of all of us one day. So, and it's coming for NSO. But yeah, again, I think just making new content, and it's really that sells a service like this. Sure. So if they could do that, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah. But in terms of what I actually think, I guess I didn't answer that part. What I actually think that they would do, I mean, I could see them definitely adding in the littler touches like achievements and themes and so forth.
Okay.
But I mean, I think that
crazy.
If they increase, I don't think so. I like the idea of adding in a lot of, indie games and making it more a space where people can discover games they'd heard about as a kid or they couldn't afford or something like that. And it's just like, oh, I remember my cousin playing that weird game. Let me subscribe to NSO so I can play that. And if they added in more of that, I think that'd be cool too. But I feel like they need to get games out faster as well. I think they might do that. That's something realistic. They'll hopefully increase, like the GameCube output would be good.
Hell yeah. Awesome. All right, let's go on over to Eric. And I apologize, I got to run to the restroom. But so if I'm not back when you're done, Eric, we're going to go to the stash man.
How dare you?
You don't wear a catheter while we're doing the stream,
right?
I do need a Nintenbyte funnel is what I need.
I mean, look, we could just do, depends. We've talked about this before.
Yeah. We have, but we haven't branded them. We haven't started selling them yet.
Yeah,
so
Tariffs have also increased the price, so we got to find a way to reduce it.
You're right.
I refuse to wear a
get a
diaper
discount.
unless it has all of our faces on it. So.
Get a discount. Yeah, guess you got to buy it from us. We don't provide it for free, but
yeah. I understand. You got to make your money. I get it. Yeah.
So yeah, no, what I think they will do is, bring out. You remember the playtest? God damn it, Stash.
What my peppermint crunch junior mints?
Oh my
Crunch.
god!
Christmas edition.
Oh man, that's amazing.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Those
hyped
look
about this.
amazing.
I was
yeah.
saving it for
That's so
tonight.
funny.
But do continue.
Christmas snacks got to be next week because that's it's Christmas next week.
Right. But
I'm gonna get some eggnog. I think for that episode.
ooh,
I have it ready.
there we go.
Are you sure that's not a bottle you're gonna drink between now and then? And you'll buy a new bottle.
No, I'm sure this one's really special.
Man, that
Oh,
bottle you
Mohr.
whipped out on like a podcast or two ago looked super nice. Looked like there was like a nice glass bottle, like Lon Ranch style. It looked,
Yeah. It's from
pretty
that
cool.
same company. They make a special, and it's a very limited batch, candy cane eggnog, and it is insane.
That
Yeah.
sounds
That
awesome.
does sound good.
Yeah.
That does sound good.
Had to pre-order it.
Dude,
Yeah.
yeah, you gotta let me know. I gotta pre-order this shit next year.
That's
Holy
crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I could see them doing is adding in. Remember this thing they did not too long ago with the play testing?
Mm-hmm.
They could actually release a game on NSO that involves concepts from the playtest.
Yeah.
Um,
I think you're, I
Oh,
think
so
you're right.
TygerTyme
Eric.
suggested like a NSO specific game,
Mhm.
only available on NSO.
They sort of did that for a moment. Mario 35 was obviously a temporary one, but even like Tetris 99, that was originally like on NSO.
the other that kind of leads me into my other thing is I can kind of see them bringing in their mobile games and stuff like that. Their old like Mario 35, Tetris 99, things like that into a collection where you can cross play between your phone and your Switch.
I don't think those games are on a phone.
Well, those ones aren't, but like the mobile games like your Mario Kart Tour
Oh, sure.
and Pocket Camp and
Fire
Mario
Emblem,
Bloom.
whatever. Yeah.
Yep. And Fire Emblem Heroes, but where you could cross play and pick up your save on the Switch and then jump back to your mobile if you wanted to. I could see that happening. That'd be actually
I'll
really
take
kind of
that.
cool.
Mhm.
That would be cool.
I wonder if it'll double my step count in Bloom if I have my phone on me and
Right,
go on
right.
a walk
Yeah, right.
with the Switch. There it goes.
The other thing I'd like to see is bringing in expanding some of the ones that they have already with Sega, like bringing in the Game Gear, Dreamcast, things like that. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's kind of pretty much what I got. I mean, besides expanding massively, or eventually adding in a movie tier where you could watch all the movies,
Yeah.
or get a discount on tickets or something.
That's interesting.
They'll
It
have an
is.
app for that. It'll be a separate app
Yeah, right.
to add to the app collection.
I could see in like 15 years Nintendo having TV shows and movies and having their own experience. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got.
It's just
All right.
called Nintendo Video.
Yeah, pretty much.
ThunderStash.
Nintendo Music. No video. They're very
What are we
direct.
thinking about? What are we thinking about NSO in 2026? How can Nintendo improve it? And what do we think that they'll do, if anything, in 2026 to improve it and grow it?
Okay. So I've already said this before, but for anyone who has not heard, I'm standing by this. And I have even more reason to believe now that it's going to happen. Okay. Like when this was announced, I celebrated for two reasons. Not just because I was very excited to own my own Virtual Boy, but because that told me 100% that my prediction that I had already given was more than possible, more
gosh.
plausible than it ever was.
feel
And
like-
that's to get the what?
I feel like we have the same thing. I want to hear what you have to say, but I feel like we have the same thing.
It's
Go
the
ahead.
DS. We're getting a second screen attachment.
Yeah.
And I said this probably a year ago. I remember, I think Super Metal Dave was on that episode and he scoffed at the idea. And I'm like, yeah, it's going to happen.
The
Just
only
like,
thing me and Dave
just like
agree on.
everything else I predicted has happened. Dude, we got Virtual Boy. Okay. There's a million reasons why that should not come out. One of them could be your eyesight going bad from it, but it's still coming out, dude. Like, we're totally getting DS.
They probably fixed the things that make your eyesight go bad with it.
They probably have, but there will probably be fools that try to take advantage of it. And then we'll get their ass owned in court by Nintendo because there's always someone who's going to try that. But that right there told me, guys, that it's without a doubt coming. Again, it's just when do you want to do this? I also think the Wii's coming. And there are reasons, a lot of reasons behind this. One, the mouse Joy-Con mode is really a natural fit. It's a natural extension for the Wiimote. You could sell a Wiimote. You could sell an attachment that goes over your Joy-Con as a Wiimote if you want, because all the technology is in there. You could sell a shell. There's things you could do to make this work in ways that we probably wouldn't think right off the bat. But as far as how these games actually work, they line up really well. I mean, you think about it, like Pikmin. That's a game that we expect to get a Switch 2 edition. Metroid Prime games. Again, when I played Prime 4, the Switch 2 experience, the first thing I said to Michaela was, all the Prime games are coming. I turned around while I was playing to tell her this. I said, after playing this, I know all of them are coming to Switch 2. This is the way to play. So it's very natural for Wii games. Next year, we will be 20 years old, which is crazy to think, but also a really good time, I think, to bring it back. If you're going to do it on NSO, it's a great way to celebrate the Nintendo Wii. Like, hey, man, can you believe it's been 20 years? Wow. Time really flies. 20 years of, like, think about all the people born in 2006 have never even played Wii. Didn't start playing video games till maybe the Switch era, right? It's passed a lot of people by. It's a good time to bring it back. I mean, could you imagine Wii Sports on the NSO? Like, people would sign up to play that. And what if you have online play added to it?
Leaderboards.
Leaderboards. Yeah, now you can bowl against your friend. You know, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. I'll kind of keep it at that because, again, I expect this to happen. I don't think this is very bold of me, but the achievement system, look, man, I want to see this so bad. I love competing. You guys know this. I think this would be so much fun, though, to compete on Nintendo's platform. Like, I would much rather compete to get, like special badges. Like, for instance, if you go to like my profile on PlayStation, you can see the trophies I have for each game. You can see the platinums. They all look the same though. Platinum trophy is the platinum trophy, man. That's the personality. It's the platinum trophy. What I'd like to see is a badge for it. Like a specific badge. Like, if you, again, use this example a few times. And obviously they don't have Mike Tyson's Punch Out. They have Punch Out. But if they had Mike Tyson's Punch Out, give me a badge with Mike Tyson with his 8-bit face on it from Punch Out. And let me proudly display on my profile that, yeah, I beat Tyson. That commands respect. You can't even last 10 seconds. I beat him. But you know what I mean? Like, I think that's what you got to explore as Nintendo, is bring out that competitiveness. Because I think right now it's very null. It's dormant in a lot of people that are playing on Nintendo, to the point that some folks have said, "Oh, if they do it, I'm just going to turn it off. Like, I don't want any part of it." It's like, why? What's wrong with what's wrong with this? And again, like, that is your to each their own, but allow it to be turned on or off. I think that's fine. You can do the same thing on PlayStation too. This isn't anything new. If you don't like it, you don't have to have it.
Turn off.
If you're okay with it, but you don't like the notifications, you don't have to have the notifications. You know, you can turn those off on PlayStation as well. It doesn't matter. Like, you do whatever you want. The options are there. The accessibility options will always be there. So that's not a sticking point. I think Nintendo would do this in their own unique way, showing their personality that they're known for, to where you're not going to just get a gold star or a platinum trophy. You're going to get something cool that you can display on your profile. Almost like, think about, what was that movie? Remember that movie Waiting? You were talking about all the swag that they had on their vest, right? On their work shirt, like all the badges or whatever, or like, you know, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, all the badges you have. Obviously, in a more serious note, like the military, right? Everything that they have on their uniform. That's something you get to proudly display as a gamer. Like, this is what I've done. This is my body of work.
Right.
I think that would be really cool. And I think Nintendo could make it unique. They could take everything Xbox and PlayStation has done good, extrapolate that, and then put your own spin and personality on it, which wouldn't be hard for Nintendo to do. So I do think that's coming. As far as themes, look, man, I think people would love it. I think it did well on 3DS. It is a way to make more money. Maybe they could sell themes. If you don't have NSO, like, you can buy it. If you have NSO, you can use whatever theme you want as long as you have NSO. I don't think that's outlandish. The music part, look, I enjoy music in the menus. I do. I loved the eShop music for the Wii. Absolutely loved it. So good, dude. Like, it makes you want to shop longer. And we kind of talked about this before, about the online shopping experience. Like, on the Switch, it was painful because it was so slow, so laggy. There's no music. It didn't have that personality. But with the Wii, you didn't have any of those problems, and you had the really good music. And when you go shopping somewhere and the experience is good, you tend to stay longer and you tend to spend more money. Like, it's not that hard of a formula. So the eShop's working great now, right? If you put some really good music in there, I might stay longer. It really might, if it's really good. Like, think about Mario Kart World. How sometimes I would just leave that on. I might be working on something, might be replying to emails. Like, I'll leave it on. Yeah, see what music I hear. You know, maybe I haven't heard all the songs. I don't know. They haven't released the soundtrack. So maybe there's stuff I haven't heard before. And it's so good that I want to hear it. So being able to add music would be very cool. And then I think that's it. Look, they're already releasing exclusive games there. Right? F-Zero 99. That's an NSO game. You need NSO to play it. They're already doing cool things, right? Like the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 editions. If you own the game, you get those for free if you have NSO. Otherwise, you got to pay money for it. So they are doing some cool things. I don't see, personally, Nintendo ever giving games for free. With the way development is today, I also don't see it going any further than it is right now as far as exclusive NSO games. And I also think that if you do that, you might limit yourself. I think Nintendo's okay doing it because they're releasing their games there. But as far as a third party doing that and then trying to figure out what the split's going to be and how this is going to work, that doesn't sound like fun numbers to crunch or to figure out. I wouldn't want to write up that contract. But also, it really limits you. Because if, say, 30 million people have NSO, but we have 150 million Switch users. Take Switch 1. 150 million, 30 million NSO. You might come out with an absolute banger game, right? Like we've seen with these indie games, sometimes they just absolutely take off. And then what happens if, well, the only way you can play this is here, and then it doesn't take off because it wasn't exposed to 150 million people. It was exposed to 30 million. So I look at stuff like that too. I think Nintendo is going to steer clear of the we give you a free game thing. I think they value their IP differently. And that's why, like I said, we saw Galaxy 1 and 2 on store shelves for $70 and not, $40 or $50. Because to the average consumer, it makes it look lesser. Why is this game less than the other one? It must not be as good, right? I mean, there's 2 games. If they have to give us 2 games and the price is less, these games must not be good. Look, to us as gamers, it's dumb, right? It's illogical. But to the casual people who don't know any better, that's how they're going to think. And so if you start doing stuff like that, I think it kind of devalues things as well. And I don't think Nintendo wants to do that because, look, they're pumping a ton of money and resources into expanding their IP with the movies, the parks. So that's where I'm at. I think you do all that. Look, the price is right, dude. Like that is to me a huge selling point. $50 and I get all of this. I get 64 games. I get GameCube, right? I get Nintendo. I can play Mario Kart 64 online now, which I couldn't do back then. I think there's a lot of selling points I truly already do. And the price,
it's a great deal.
Yeah, the price keeps going up on Game Pass and on PlayStation. PlayStation Premium, I forget what it was. All I know is when I saw the price, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be resubscribing because, look, I'm not taking advantage. The games that you're giving for free down the line are games that I was already interested in. I'm already buying or I've already reviewed them. So it doesn't make sense for me. But even before I was reviewing games, if it's a game I want, I'm going to buy it. And if you give it free a few months down the line, that's great for anyone who didn't buy it, but it does nothing for me. And same with Game Pass. If I want the game, I want to own it. I don't want to rent it from you. You know what I mean? Like it's not my idea of fun. I'd much rather just go to Blockbuster and go pay, $3 and go ham for a weekend and keep my save file. Because now I don't have to worry about anyone deleting my save on the cartridge. Because now we have different ways of saving games. I would just rather do that than spend. How much is Game Pass going to be? Is it $30 a month?
$30 a month.
Dude, 12, 24, 36, Xbox 360 a year plus taxes.
It went from being the most consumer friendly and it went to being the best value in gaming to being complete ass. I want to say this too. About the old games. I see in my chat that a lot of kids don't care about all of these old games, and you're right. They don't. These old games, NES games to them are probably black and white movies to kids growing up. Now look, I liked black and white movies. It doesn't matter. If the movie's good, the movie's good. However, I get it. The vast majority are going to look at it this way. But if you go back to the Wii and DS era, Iwata and Reggie spoke in detail about the virtual console. And it's not so much about the kids. Those games are not there for the kids. Those games are there for your parents. And they made it really clear in their interviews. I just reread some of it when I was actually flying. I had a really good article I was reading about it, an old one, I think from planetgamecube.com, that it came up in my search results. I'm like, what? Let me read this when I get on the plane. It was a pretty lengthy one. But it was going over those details again. And they made it very clear that these games aren't for the kids. They're for your parents. They're for us. They're for the people who grew up playing them. And if by chance
the parent wants to show this game to their kid, like, hey, this is what I grew up with. And then they also made the point that it was about selling it to the moms. This was a big point they made. Moms hate clutter. They hate having all of these wires and all of these consoles set up under the TV or on the floor, right? With the controllers unwound. Parents hated that, but moms especially hated that. They want one box, one thing that can be hidden. It's not huge, and it can play all the stuff. And it can even play the games your mom might have played growing up, like the original Mario Brothers, original Zelda. And of course, they extrapolated on that a bit, but just reading that again, these are things that I read back in the day, but you forget about it over time. It's like, God, dude, so brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. Iwata and Reggie working together. Miyamoto was part of that discussion too. Even Hiroshi Yamauchi was part of that as well. That idea to get the parents playing. So I think part of that goes into selling your parents on it, right? Like all these old games, are they going to sell? Like Nate, are all these old games going to sell your kid?
Nope.
No. Now you don't replay games, but are they going to sell the parent? Is the idea. They're the ones who's got the money, though. They're the ones with the wallets.
They're also the ones with the least time to play.
Yeah. So as a parent, though, do you want to like have all these consoles set up? Do you want to dig out all this stuff and find controllers and hope they work and then buy each game individually? Or would it be a lot better as a mom, right, to have one box that has the stuff there? I think that's the idea. And again, the price, dude, it's not even close anywhere else. $50 versus, again, Xbox is $360, $359.99 plus taxes. Look at almost $400. No one talks about the tax. It's really about $400. Well, and then you look at PlayStation Premium. How much is that? Again, I looked at the price when the prices went up again, and I'm like, when I saw it, I said, I'm out. I'm tapping out. I don't even take advantage of this.
It's funny too, because like the thing you're talking about how like, parents might appreciate having all those consoles on like, one thing. Well, the appeal of the PlayStation and the Xbox stuff is it's modern games and classic, both, especially Game Pass. Like, I know we can talk about how like the value is shit, but they're adding brand new games day and date to Game Pass almost every month. Like when they come out. I'm not saying but you have to want to play them all for it to be a value. That's like the one thing. Like you have to actually value all of those. Whereas before you can kind of have it and only have to value like 3 a year or something like that. But I will say, and look, I think the price is ridiculous for Game Pass right now. Absolutely asinine. And I don't have to pay the new price for it for like a year. But I will say that like talking to the point of having things available, who uses Game Pass the most in my house? Yulia.
Yeah.
Constantly getting new games off Game Pass all the time on the Xbox. All the time. Like I said, hey, I don't know if I want to keep paying for the service. She's like, well, what happens to all the... Well, we could just buy the games. Yeah, but then I just want to start buying new games. What if I don't like them? I know. I get it. If you use it enough, it's still worth... Like Netflix, well, it's still worth the $24 a month if you're using it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
In a way, it's like you have a ton of demos. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's why even though the price has gone up specifically for the console, actually the PC didn't. If you're on PC, what the fuck do you care? It's interesting just because I do think, and this is the case like with Yulia, she's not going back to play the classics. It's all the new stuff coming out that she keeps downloading and checking out. So I think like that's the appeal for younger people or people who didn't grow up with the games, so they have the nostalgia to go back and play them. So I kind of feel like there is something to say about adding those new games in, and I do have to say like we can talk about the greatest deals, right? Like part of this topic was how does NSO grow? Well, PlayStation has like 90 million subscribers. and it's because of the free games. Like, it's more expensive, but you're getting literally games every month.
For PlayStation?
Yes. They're just handed to you.
Yeah, I was just looking. So PlayStation, if you buy it 12 months up front, it's $160. So Game Pass is $200 more.
More. Yeah.
But if you buy it monthly, which, look, let's be honest, a lot of
people
gamers are buying monthly. They're not seeing the value. So if you buy it monthly,
I don't think it's also the value. It's the people just don't have a spare $360
sure
at once. Yeah.
No, but for PlayStation, if you buy it monthly, it's $17.99 a month, which comes out to $215 for the year. But if you buy it all up front, it's $160. So you're spending
PlayStation
$75 more if you.
They would never jack the price because they have such a huge user base. Xbox is doing it because the user base was already kind of shrinking. They're just trying to
no, I know that. I'm just saying the value there. Like, if you buy it all up front, if you buy the 1 year, it's $160.
Yeah.
If you buy a year, but you buy it month to month, you're paying $215. So you could save a considerable amount of money.
Oh, no, you're not wrong. Eric and I talked about we were just looking at it with StreamYard today. We reviewed StreamYard for the show. And it's like, well, we do save 22% if we pay for a year.
Yeah.
I can't, dude. It's a lot of. I don't know if you guys know. We pay like $90 a month basically for StreamYard. So you save the 22%, but I still have to have a large chunk of money, like over $1,000, ready to go to pay for a year, and it's like that's a huge ask.
Yeah.
So, but someday maybe the business will be so liquid, or the Clips channels making so much, we can just prepay a year.
You know, Xbox doesn't offer 12 months anymore. I remember when I was, I was trying to like see, okay, how much would it be if I bought a year? You know, like that kind of like, but wait moment. Maybe it's not that much. Like maybe there's some savings somewhere to be found. And I remember looking and like, why can't I find this anywhere? I looked and I looked and I looked. There's no answers. They had nothing on their website. On their Game Pass website. I'm like, did they get rid of it? And sure enough, they did. And I'm like, that's pretty shitty. So you offer no savings, yet at PlayStation, I save $75 if I buy it for a year. You guys offer nothing. Like, that tells me that they probably wanted to raise the price even more. If you're not offering any savings, that tells me the margins are extremely tight, razor thin, right?
Yeah.
That's not good. That's not good, man. You already raised the price of your consoles. You came out with a handheld that's extremely expensive. And I get it for what you get. It's not a bad deal. But where's the market for it? Right? I mean, look at the dent Steam Deck made. That's the biggest dent that's going to be made. You're not going to make a bigger dent than the Steam Deck. It's very interesting. I can't wait to see what happens in the next few years. The way all of this unfolds.
It's going to be
next
fascinating.
Year. Yeah, I'm excited. Just, you know, as a gamer, right? Like, I have Xbox. I play it. You guys know that. You know, it's my least favorite console. I think everyone knows that too. It is for a lot of people that own it, but there's obviously a dedicated fan base as well. So it's just going to be interesting to see how it all pans out. All the games that end up coming to Switch 2 and PlayStation. You know, like I'm excited to play Indiana Jones on Switch 2. I love that game.
Oh yeah. Well, I think you guys made a lot of really great points with NSO. I do think it's funny. ThunderStash and myself are. I'm calling it Team Thunderbird, guys, because we're on the same wavelength tonight. You know,
that's the street I grew up on. It's Thunderbird.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I grew up on a street called Thunder Drive.
Really?
In Oceanside. Yeah. In Oceanside.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
Kind of weird.
Yeah. That's super weird. But yeah, we're on the same wavelength, man, because listen, the best-selling Nintendo platform of all time is the DS right now. So it's the reigning champion, and it has a slew of incredible games that are just sitting there, just stuck there. That's not even including the 3DS. And so I've been talking about this for years before Switch 2 was announced, before any of that. I remember doing videos on my channel, doing predictions in the Switch Pro era about Switch 2 having a dual screen feature, and that's going to be what separates. I did a video with Andres on his channel and on my channel where we debated what Switch 2 is going to be, and I was like 100% in on it's going to have a dual screen. And I was like joking about they could call it the Switch Duo, they could call it the Dual Switch, so it's like an NDS play on words, kind of like the Nintendo DS. I talked about calling it the Switch Flip or the Nintendo Flip. But I was sold on the idea that it was going to have dual screen technology because I knew Nintendo was going to want to grow and expand and carry over NSO. And it just made sense. Like, why would you leave behind what made the Wii U great, what made the DS and the 3DS great, when you have this idea that you could kind of reinvent and have it work better than it ever has. The Switch already has motion controls. The Switch 2 now has mouse mode. So this is a match made in heaven. All you need is that second screen. And like Stash said, I was surprised when we didn't, obviously as we got closer to Switch 2's announcement, as we started to hear more rumblings, my hopes for the console launching with dual screen would dwindle until I no longer believed that was going to be the case. But like Stash said, once we saw that Virtual Boy peripheral, everything changed because this was back in the game again. And if they could sell a plastic Virtual Boy headset for $100 for $99.99, you bet your ass they could send you a $99.99 screen.
Yeah.
And they could even offer an option like they do for Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy has the cardboard one, that like the kind of fake one. They could offer a dongle that lets you set up your phone on top of your Switch 2 if you want to. There could be a cheap alternative. But this has to happen because it is one of the biggest and best Nintendo libraries out there. I'm combining the DS and the 3DS. And like Sash said earlier, you got games like A Link Between Worlds stuck on this system. It just makes too much sense. And with that comes the Wii. And again, we go back to their third greatest selling, before Switch. It was their best home console of all time in the sales department. So many great games. Motion controls have improved on Switch 2 over Switch 1. It's just a match made in heaven. And I feel like there's such a wide appeal between the DS and the Wii and the 3DS that is a huge incentive for anyone who's been on the fence. For anyone's like, I like the N64, I like the GameCube. These are consoles that weren't massive successes. These are known as consoles that Nintendo didn't do as great on. The NES was obviously huge. It saved the industry. Super Nintendo, a little bit of diminishing returns. N64, huge diminishing returns. GameCube, massive diminishing returns. We all love these games. They're all nostalgic, all these consoles. But the Wii, the DS, and the 3DS was when Nintendo exploded into the mainstream again and was peak pre-Switch. So it just makes too much sense. It's leaving money on the table. And I think the themes is another one that just makes a lot of sense. Nintendo's already releasing free avatars, like monthly pretty much. They already have a system to do this. Add the themes, put it in with NSO, and like you guys said, charge, like give an option to charge, or do NSO exclusive ones. Maybe you sell some, maybe they're all free, but maybe sometimes there's NSO exclusive ones. I do agree with Stash. And I don't want to put words in Stash's mouth. We've talked about this before on the podcast about trophies. I think Nintendo needs to add some sort of trophy system. I don't care that much about trophies personally. I enjoy them, but they're not make or break. They're not a big deal to me. But I've mentioned this 100 times. I specifically know people who will not buy the Nintendo version of third-party games because there's no trophies or achievements. I know plenty of people like that.
I do.
I get that version, but there's no achievements, there's no trophies, so I'm going to stick with the PlayStation or the Xbox.
Yep.
So just add it. Give it a cool Nintendo spin. Where we might differ, I'm not sure, Stash. I don't think trophies should be locked behind NSO, simply because I think that's just going to be another reason for people to be upset and complain about Nintendo being greedy and locking things behind a paywall.
There's no reason for that.
Right. Themes I could get behind because that's extra. That's cosmetic. Whereas trophies, like, this is something you want to be able to share with your friends. You want to wear proudly on your profile. And I mean, if anything, it's an incentive to keep people in Nintendo games even longer. So I think it adds a lot of value.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It adds value to the ecosystem, like big time. And I'll just add to like about the DS, right?
Sure.
Let me ask you guys one question. How many of you are working on 2 monitors right now?
I am.
Okay.
Not at the moment, but I prefer to.
How many of you work on 2 monitors at work?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel handicapped without it.
In 2004, how many of us were working on 1 monitor? I know in 2004, I was working at Wells Fargo, and we were still using a DOS-based operating system for the bank. It's called Hogan. And we're on 1 shitty monitor. Even when I was at Loan Depot, when I started there in January 2015, everybody was on 1 monitor. And I asked them, like, hey, am I allowed to buy another monitor and bring it in? Because I think if I could work on 2 monitors, I could do twice the amount of production. I can close twice as many loans. And like, it was kind of a joke, but I'm like, I actually think I could probably come really close to closing twice as many if I had more real estate. I need screen real estate.
Way less productive with only 1 monitor. Unless, I will say this, when I'm editing and stuff, I do only have 1. But dude, it's an ultra wide 49-inch. It's like 3 monitors in 1. Like, I need the real estate.
Yeah. Point is that in 2004, when the DS came out, this was new. People were still trying to wrap their heads around 2 screens on anything. Nobody was doing it. And even in 2015, one of the most, they consider themselves Loan Depot, the most like high tech for the mortgage and banking industry. They had 1 screen until obviously I asked, and then they said yes. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to go get actually like 2 like 25-inch monitors now and get it set up on that instead of this little, I don't know, I think I had like a 17-inch one. That's crap. Right. You know what I mean? Like, so today we're all used to it. This is the best time to bring back a second screen. Yeah. Because now we're used to it. And I mean, your inventory management, all this stuff makes sense.
It literally enhances the experience in every way. And I think Nintendo's, I hope it's a problem that they solve. I mean, they've already solved it. They solved it with the Wii U. They solved it with the DS and the 3DS. But I hope it's a problem that they solve this generation or the next generation. And I don't know if that's your phone communicating with the Switch. I don't know if it's the Switch communicating with the dock, so you can have your tablet tabletop mode, and it's communicating with the dock to give you something else on the screen. Or they sell a $99.99 screen like they're doing the Virtual Boy. But I think like I said, I think it enhances the experience in every way. It makes things more immersive, and I think the fact that like Switch 2 is already built in with mouse mode like solves the stylus issue. I know.
Absolutely.
Not only that, but look at the retroactiveness of it. And again, this is another announcement that, well, one, they predicted on our show was that Mario Paint will come to NSO and we'll get mouse Joy-Con controls. Totally said that. Totally happened. What's cool about that, though, is it opens the door for everything else. So the fact they go back and retroactively add mouse Joy-Con controls to Mario Paint, So like, why can't you do it then for other games? Like we just got a comment, I think, about Duck Hunt with mouse Joy-Con controls. Yeah, dude. Why don't we have it yet?
Mhm.
You know, like stuff like that should exist. The games we never got to play. Super Scope 6. Give me Yoshi's Safari. I want to play that on NSO. You know what I mean? I don't want to track down a Super Scope 6 and then hook it up to my CRT because that's the only way it's going to work. Because it won't work on a modern TV. But if I can play it on NSO, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's possible. At the very least, can we get Game Gear on the NSO this year?
Right.
We got Virtual
This
Boy
year.
before Game Gear. Wild.
Right.
Dude. Yeah. Come
Game
on.
Gear, Dreamcast.
Dude, we are
Yeah.
like
Saturn
Come on,
would be the crazy one.
ultra stop at
Yeah.
Genesis. Come on. We should
Agree.
get everything Sega.
Mhm.
All their old consoles should come eventually.
No
Hell,
deal.
Atsu Atari, make a deal, get some of their stuff over.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, make it like a nice collaboration. You're never going to be able to get PlayStation to come over, and that's fine. But all the rest, they don't have services. Let's
Ooh.
go.
Get a rare tier. Bring back all the rare games.
You can't have a tier for that. They sold them all together as one package.
I don't care.
A tier for that?
Yes.
Can we just get rare replay? That's all I need.
I don't think we ever get it.
You would pay more for a rare only tier. $50 a year. Nate, you have the family plan that I'm on?
Yeah.
Well, you need to get the family plus plan so I can have my rare games.
Yeah, it'll devalue NSO if they sell all
What
the
if they-
rare games. And
I
their
feel
replay.
like one of the things Nintendo should be doing also, now that it just came to me, I've thought about this before. When Switch 2 launched, NSO, if you're an expansion pack subscriber, you get some of the Switch 2 editions for free, like the upgrades are free. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Nintendo should offer that across the board. Maybe they're not going to offer free games, but like maybe if there's an enhanced version like that, it's just free NSO. All Switch 1 games are like Nintendo published games are free enhancements if you have NSO. That's an incentive.
Absolutely.
I felt
Yeah.
great knowing that, like, you know how amazing it was knowing that I got to play Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild in 4K 60 frames and it didn't cost me a dime.
Yeah, it was really nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's $40 off right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
All right. Well, we're ready to move on to the next one?
let's do it.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
We are talking about how concerned are we with the Nintendo Switch 2's future. This is based on two different things. The sales data for November came out, and it is at a 20-year low. And then there's also things out there saying that one of the major RAM producers is now consumer RAM producers are no longer making RAM for consumers. They are now switching over to AI. And then there was also a rumor out there that Samsung was going to stop producing their SATA SSDs. How concerned are we, based on those two things, price wise, going forward, the sales data for the Nintendo Switch 2?
Yeah, I'll go first on this one. Just to also add some more context for the sales data, because I didn't put a lot of like fine notes in there. Obviously, the Circana data came out. When he talks about the 20-year low, it's cumulative hardware. So all physical hardware. So this includes PlayStation 5, Switch 2, that next console you guys have seen pop up on lists, Xbox. It also includes, by the way, PC handhelds. So this is literally all hardware that's like that. Does not include, by the way, individual PC and laptop sales because those aren't gaming specific necessarily. So like they don't count those. They will count the gaming handhelds because those are obviously made to game on the go. So all-time low for the last 20 years. Only 1.6 million total hardware period, combining everything together, sold during the month of November. It's the lowest since 1995, which was 1.4 million. So a 20-year low. And yes, PlayStation did outsell Nintendo Switch 2. The rough estimates people have out there, they're able to kind of extrapolate based on percentages that were handed out by Matt Piscatella earlier, and then extrapolated from prior data, because we got further information such as PlayStation 5, even though it was the best seller, it's actually down 40% on sales year over year when it comes to the month of November. Xbox down 70%, which is, I mean, I don't think we're really surprised. We've seen the Xbox sales rapidly declining. Obviously for Switch 2, it's the first holiday, so there's no real decline. Switch 1 had a massive decline as well. I forgot what the percent was, but it was huge. Anyways, they were able to, because we know those percentages, able to figure out roughly what was being sold. And like PlayStation's like right around like 770,000 they sold, and Switch 2's around 531,000. If you think about that, you combine those together, Switch 2 and PlayStation 5 out of that 1.6 make up like 1.2, 1.3 million of the 1.6 sales. So like, you want to talk about two companies kind of carrying the hardware industry right now. They're the only ones carrying the hardware industry.
Actually, clarification, it was 95,
so
it's
a 30 year.
Yep.
Yeah. What's interesting to me is you consider that, you consider obviously the RAM problems. Besides what Eric stated, there's also reports out there that like Nintendo's RAM prices are already going up, which suggests that Nintendo may have already burned through all of their resources they had heading into the launch. There's been reports out there about in the past how Nintendo was stockpiling raw resources before Switch 2 came out, because they knew some stuff were coming, probably the tariffs. They probably didn't know about all the RAM stuff going on. Well, they've apparently burned through all that. And so now the RAM they're getting for their current systems, we're talking about the literal RAM, that 12 gigabytes we're talking about, is now gone up like 41% in cost to Nintendo. Yeah. In cost to Nintendo. So Nintendo is factually losing money selling Switch 2s. It just is what it is. They are losing money. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Per unit. I'm not saying in total you buy a game. Obviously, it's probably profitable for them. So I do think it's really, really interesting. Because obviously, you know, this probably isn't the way any place. I'm sure PlayStation 5 is not happy with these sales numbers this holiday. Now, to be fair, when PS5 was probably having their first internal projections, they thought GTA 6 was coming out this year. So, like, that would have been I think that would have been a huge boost regardless, but it didn't. It's delayed. And now delayed like a full year from when it was supposed to come out this year. So, and then obviously Switch 2. I don't know, obviously, what Nintendo's projections are. We know their fiscal year projections are 19 million shipped. We, according to Paul Gale, have data that Nintendo has already hit 15 million shipped as of December 5th. But Paul Gale actually gave a really great breakdown earlier on X, and I just want to shout him out because that's where I'm getting some of these numbers from. Nintendo sold like almost 1 million units in the first week of December. Worldwide. It's worldwide numbers. That's insane. So, and they sold about 1.89 million in November worldwide. And that is actually their second highest selling month besides launch month. So it was still a good month for Nintendo, to be clear. But like, if you look at the monthly breakdowns, it wasn't like crazy above non-holiday months. Now December looks like it's definitely going to be trending ahead. We haven't even gotten to the big sale period in Japan, which is like the last week of December, right after Christmas. Is like when they have their like Cyber Week, Black Friday stuff, and they just go nuts with video game sales at that time. So you know that's going to play a factor in December as well. But setting all that aside, I think that there is, I think I'm less concerned about Switch 2. It's more so a general industry concern. We see multiple price hikes already due to tariffs, increased cost of things. Now RAM's going up. Hey, guys, it ain't just Nintendo the RAM went up for. It's up for Sony and Xbox as well. Meaning you can see further price increases for them next year. I don't think they'll do it now, obviously while we're during the holidays, but it's a really bad look to increase the price during the holidays. But I can see more price increases coming next year. We hear rumors about like the PlayStation 6, right? Like, they're supposed to have this hybrid handheld to compete with Switch 2, and it's supposed to be, the most recent rumor is, it's going to be cheaper than what? What, the base PS6 that at this point might be $1,000? Yeah, I hope it's cheaper than that. I hope it's a lot cheaper than that. Hope it's priced around $500 like Switch 2. But like more and more the signs keep happening that things are just going to get more and more expensive moving forward. And so I do think there's a general industry problem, and I think it's a consumer problem, and it's not a problem for the consumer. It's a problem of the economy. People worldwide don't have the spare money we did during COVID or even before COVID. Rapid inflation, rapid changing economies. I see this with my bills. I spent less on games this year, despite Switch 2 coming out. I spent less than I did the year before because it's just I don't have the same kind of money. Because even though it's my biggest revenue year ever as a channel. Yeah, well, how about my bills doubling in price? How about that? How about my cell phone bill out of nowhere is now $100 more because of fees and taxes that I didn't have last year? Fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, it's fucking bullshit. But it's everything. Grocery prices going up. Everything. It's just it eats away and chips away at you, and then you start thinking, "Hey, man, oh look, I need to go buy some socks, and I don't like having like the super dirt cheap dollar store." That it's like putting fucking cling wrap on your feet. There's no padding. There's no layer. Like I get why people buy them. Like you have to have those available. But I'm sorry, man, I'm 39. I'm ready to have a little bit nicer feeling side. I don't need to be premium. I don't need the Gucci sock. But Costco brand socks at least. You know what I mean? Like so.
Those are solid.
Yeah, and those are even twice as expensive as they were a year ago.
Yeah.
When I went to buy some more last month, I'm like, Jesus, why are these like? Look, I know it's not like a crazy amount of money, but dude, I have my receipt from last year. They were not this much. So it's like everything's going up. So I think there's just and obviously jobs don't keep up with inflation. They can't. It would actually just make inflation go even quicker and rise even higher. So like we want pay raises that, but like it actually wouldn't fix anything. So in the end, I think there's just a worldwide problem with this. Video game consoles are a luxury item. I think people forget about this. This is not like TV where technically free TV still exists. So if you could just get your hands on a television, you can use an antenna still and get free TV in the US. So you can argue that like, hey, you have a bit of a right to certain levels of entertainment. Turn on the radio, right? It's still free for now. To turn on AM and FM radio, still free for now. I don't know if it'll. Look, we already have paid radio and XM. I don't know what would happen.
Don't worry.
They start charging for FM and AM.
Don't worry, your automobile manufacturers are going to start charging you monthly subscriptions to the radio.
To access the radio. Yep. Yeah, something like that.
I've seen that.
I could definitely see that.
So I think that's a larger problem than anything that these companies are doing in particular. I think a lot of this is basically outside of their control. As much as people bitch about how expensive Switch 2 is, guys, you can literally, we already know it was costing $410 per unit to get it from manufacturing to the retail store, meaning the retail store had a $40 margin. That's what they were paying for. We know that thanks to someone stealing units off a truck. So we found out publicly how much retail's paying. So like Walmart per unit is paying $410 to get a Switch 2 unit to their store. So that's what they're paying Nintendo. Now, obviously, we don't know how much of that $410 is any profit margin for Nintendo. We don't know. But the breakdowns from the shipping manifest. So how much it costs to even get the unit into the US. We know this thanks to tariffs. One benefit of the tariffs is, hey, we know what the tariff add is to the price because we know the tariffs are based on how much it costs to ship it in. So we found out that price, and it turns out the margins were already kind of thin for Nintendo. And now they're gone. They're absolutely gone. So Nintendo's losing money per unit sold. I'm kind of tired of hearing about how it's overpriced and everything, because it's really not. Not in this economy, it's not. You might talk about how it's cheaper in Japan. Yeah, their economy's even worse. Just give it time. They're gonna bounce back. What are you gonna say when the yen bounces back and then suddenly it's the same price? You know, I feel like they're definitely in trouble in the sense that momentum could be lost quite quickly. For all these consoles, by the way, because people are having less and less money to buy premium luxury items. That's what I'm going to call it. Not saying you can't buy entertainment, but the premium side, you know, cheapest PS4, $400. Cheapest Switch 2, $450. Cheapest Xbox, can you even find one on the store shelf? I mean, the cheapest, what is the next box? And even go look at that, it's $250. Like, oh, that seems like a steal. I'm like, is it? It's a system that's never getting new games. It just comes pre-packed with a set amount of games, and that's what you get.
For what?
For $250.
No, what did you call it? The what? The next box?
The next.
Oh,
NEX.
Oh yeah. The one that actually did some numbers.
Yeah. It beat out Xbox. Yeah. And it's obvious why it did. It's a nice little neat family system for, especially when you have kids, like young kids. I guess, you know, it's basically revisiting the Wii days. It's really what it is. So it's understandable. Although it's more Kinect style than Wii, but it's fine. You know, that style I always felt like the Kinect was just a little bit ahead of its time. They needed to wait a little bit to have a no controller motion gaming, which, by the way, is nothing new. PlayStation iToy. Come on.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like, yeah, we've tried this before. Anyways, yeah, I think it's just we're in a bad economic situation that leads to the luxury items finally getting hit. They've kind of somehow, as Matt Piscatella put it, avoided really getting major hits this year, in large part because Switch 2 popped off so quick. It's also possible, let me have to throw this out there, that hey, because Switch 2 was never really truly sold out outside of like launch week, you know, some of the sales that would have happened in November kind of could have happened more front end than back end for the holidays. And on top of that, Nintendo didn't release a single exclusive system seller this holiday season. Sorry, Kirby. Sorry, Age of Imprisonment. You guys are exclusives, but I don't think a lot of people are going to pick up a system just to play you. And while we have obviously Pokemon, I was hoping Pokemon would be better because of the bundle. They never restocked the bundle, so the bundle ended up not mattering at all in November.
Yeah,
so
I really think they should have had a big holiday exclusive. I mean, I talked about it on the podcast all year.
Yeah,
what's going to be the big holiday game? What's going to be the big holiday
one more
game?
announcement. Then it'll be at the September Direct. It'll be at the September, and then it just wasn't.
I thought for sure there would be something just because it that's what you do.
Yeah,
so I
like you have Mario Odyssey the first holiday. You're gonna have Kirby Air Riders, another racing game. Yeah, what? So don't be wrong, it's a fantastic game, but it's just not a system seller. You know what I mean? Sure. So I think that, you know, a lot accumulated to make Switch Shootout sell quite as well. I mean, 500,000 by the way is nothing to scoff at. It's the second best month since launch. Like, it's nothing to actually like, oh my gosh, this is like horrendous. Like, no, PlayStation and Nintendo still did numbers, and there's still demand for those systems, and they're going to continue to, like, there might be the only things that continue to do numbers, but they're going to continue to do some numbers. But I think, you know, there is this thing where if Nintendo, especially, like, and we'll get into this in a future episode before the end of the year about all the games coming out. Like, even when you look at that list of games Nintendo has currently listed for next year, none of them are like system selling games. You know, like they're all we're still living in the B tier Nintendo scene. The big guns haven't been revealed besides Dustbloods potentially. You know, with what Elden Ring did number wise, you have to always be like, oh wait, well, it's from Software, so maybe new IP. So it's sort of hard to rely on a new IP to be a system seller, but maybe that could be the sleeper bang hit that just blows everyone away and gets nominated for a bunch of awards next year out of nowhere. So we do have to consider that potential. Everything else is like, you know, sports games or, you know, Yoshi and stuff like that. I know Fire Emblem Fortunes looks great, but Fire Emblem has never been a system seller. Well, we'll see. If it's more like Three Houses, maybe this one could be a little different. We think Gen 10 Pokemon is coming next year and will be exclusive, but what if it's not? What if it's another cross-gen Pokemon game?
I think Nintendo goes big next holiday. I
think they haven't revealed the big game for next year. At least I hope not.
Yeah.
But I'm reminded of this year. We kept saying, "Oh, there has to be another game." They're just never. So what if, like, yeah, there'll be more games next year, but what if it's Pokemon and then that's it? They don't have anything like big. It'd be wild. I feel like
that's the cool thing. No,
Ocarina of Time remake might be one of them, potentially. I think they can find a way to make that be a system seller, because to people who got introduced to Zelda with Breath of the Wild, which is a huge chunk of the Zelda audience now, they might just view it as a new game, straight up. Yeah, and as long as it looks modern and great, it actually might do some crazy numbers for them. I know it'll obviously do numbers with the people like me and others that played it in the past, but I think that's got a chance. And even then, as long as the problem is it's not going to get a 99. Like, how do you live up to the legacy of a 99? Like, it might objectively be better and still not. It's not getting a 99. It's just that'll never happen again. There's just too many critics that get counted in all these scores now compared to back then, so it just won't happen again. People forget that. Like, you go look at the total reviews for Ocarina of Time when it's a 99, it's paltry. Like, today, if that was the total number of reviews, we'd be like, there isn't even enough reviews yet to know what this is. But there was less review outlets back then, so but yeah, and you can see this with like Ocarina of Time. It's been re-released, like the Ocarina of Time 3D. It's not a 99, but I think that could be a system seller, and I really think that we're just in a look. It's a tough situation for all the systems. I feel even worse for Sony. I don't think things are going to suddenly be better in 2027 when they're probably looking to launch PS6. I think it's going to be even worse. And like, I don't know how you launch a premium, under your TV powerful box in 2027 that has to clearly have a price point that's still going to be a loss per sale, but is going to be higher than PS5's current price, which is pretty expensive. Why even be higher than PS5 Pros? That's $750. So it's a very difficult marketplace that we exist in. And I guess maybe the only hope would be, what if the AI bubble bursts next year? Then prices will come crashing down as they rapidly try to find any home for this RAM. Like that is a hope some people have, that it'll eventually pop. I don't think it's gonna pop next year. Because like all you guys remember, like, for AI, the reason there's such a high demand is you got to make data centers of this shit. Like, massive, mega billion-dollar data centers of this shit. So like that takes a while to build out that infrastructure. So I don't think the bubble's coming yet. I think the bubble burst maybe in 5 years, where they realize maybe they went a little too hard and there's too many data centers. We didn't need quite as many.
I mean, I don't know. People are starting to push back against the data centers. So
sure. Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah, right.
when all their electric bills triple.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Yeah. There's pushback. But you know what there's more of? AI being put into everything.
Oh, I know.
And guess what? As I walk around and I'm in public, I'm literally watching people glancing at their phones. Sorry, I know it's creepy. They're using AI. The general populace is using it all the time. Like, all the time. So as much pushback as there is, it doesn't matter because people are using it. And I mean that's the and I don't even want to say it's a bad thing. Yeah, AI is a tool. I don't care the tool exists. I just having it in everyone's hands. I just don't know if that's a smart idea, but it's there. We're here. This is our reality. OpenAI, ChatGPT. I'm just scratching the surface. There's so many other AIs. That's just one of the more people know what that one is, especially because there's Apple integration with ChatGPT. But yeah, I think we're at a point where for the first time since launch, there's a smidge of concern. I'm not too worried about this fiscal year. I think Nintendo will get close to their 19 million they're projecting, I think. But it dropping $50 during Cyber Week could have been highly likely due to these lower than expected sales the week before for Black Friday. Walmart's the one that started it. Walmart might have saw weak sales for Switch 2 compared to what they expected. So they figured we got to move units. Let's chop $50 off the bundle. We got a million of these bundles sitting in a warehouse. Let's chop the price. So that's also a little concerning. But I think in the end, as long as Nintendo finally brings out the big guns, things will be all right. I think that's really the pause right now. Like, you gotta have gotta have games. They gotta have it. And I don't think they've. I love Donkey Kong Bonanza. You can pass and had a fantastic time with games this year. There's so many great games. I will not say it's a gotta have a game. Breath of the Wild in 2017 felt like you gotta have it. Everyone was talking about it. No one could shut up. It was unlike anything people had seen in a long time, sometimes ever. The way that game was structured at that time. Much more common now. We've seen a lot more games inspired by it. But back then, it combined a bunch of things together that, other games had done, but they've never done it like this at the same time all together in one game. So it felt like you got to play this thing. It's a 97. You know what a 97 is? Top 5 game of all time. All time. Like, period. All time. Throughout all of gaming history. That's a gotta have it game. Gotta play it. Gotta be there. Gotta be part of it. I want to be part of the memory of one of the greatest games to ever release. Nintendo doesn't have anything like that announced yet. I don't think even anything they have announced for next year, besides maybe Dustbloods, and even then, we don't know yet with that game. It could also go the other direction. I trust Miyazaki that it won't go the other direction, but maybe he finally has his first miss. First time for everything. So, I have concern, but I would say if you want to rank my concern levels, if you're going to red alerts, oh my God, emergency, we're screwed. Or if you're just kind of at a yellow where it's hey, little mild, little worried, but it could go back to a green light and be good. That's where I'm kind of at. I think it's fine to have a little bit of concern for the health of the industry and for Switch 2 possibly finding a cliff at some point here. And I don't just mean cliff falling off the pace of being the fastest selling system ever. It's going to fall off the pace, I assume, at some point. Like that, it's only natural. But that's not what matters. What matters is being able to maintain a consistent sales pace for Nintendo and a consistent software sales pace, which is just as important. So we'll see. I know I'm going to keep buying games. All of us on the panel will, but not everyone will. So people are cutting back. So it'll be interesting to see if Nintendo can release some bangers that make people go, you know what? Fuck it. Wasn't planning to buy a system, but dude, as I was watching the trailer of that new 3D Mario, holy fucking shit. I can't wait to play that. I have to play that day one. I'm going to go get a Switch 2 right now. So I can get my account set up and everything transferred over and play around with it and see what I like and don't like. And if I need accessories, and make sure I'm set up for when that new Mario game's here. That's what I feel like they kind of need. And I think they kind of need it sometimes for the narrative too. Because I do think that the low sales and the RAM stuff going on has kind of also added to, remember that negative narrative we've been having all year about some of the decisions Nintendo's made and how they get criticized for all this stuff. This kind of adds to that. Hey, it's culminating in a kind of a disappointing holiday so far, which is exactly what some of those negative people were saying was going to happen. So maybe they were right. And that's something that has to be considered as well. But right now, I think we're just in a yellow alert situation that could go to red alert. But I won't be there until, if we get to a month where there's a cumulative worldwide sales of less than 300,000 units. Yeah, that's fucking red alert time for a brand new system. So that's where I'm at. Tiger, what are you thinking, man?
Yeah, so am I scared?
Sorry. I was scared for you.
Yeah, no, that's a good sound. That's pretty similar to the sound I make, really, to be honest. But I'm not going to make that sound, though, right now, because I'm not scared. So basically, when I see these numbers and I see how Switch 2 is still setting records, even among all of the bad press about what's going on with tech right now and the price of everything. I mean, if anything, that's an encouraging sign to me that Switch 2 is still doing this on top of, like you said, Nate, not really having, a real banger to sell the system. The fact that this is still happening, even though, I think about all the people that are making like 40 to 45K a year and are paying over 2,000 in rent, or a 2-bedroom home that has, 1 bathroom and a basement, if you're lucky, is like $500,000. And still the Switch 2 is it's still moving units. If anything, that's an encouraging sign to me. It's just crazy. Switch 2's competition. The PS5 costs more than it did when it launched. So, and on top of that, the PS5, again, they're not releasing first-party games that are actually like Naughty Dog. The last game they had was The Last of Us Part 2. It's just crazy. These other systems aren't releasing real bangers either, and the PS5 is even moving still decently well. And again, I think that, even though that's competition, and this is specifically my word about the Switch 2, the fact that those two consoles, even though they're both not releasing banger software, they're both pretty darn expensive relative to what people's expectations are and their paychecks are, they're still moving. It does give me more of an optimistic spin on this. I think the AI angle, AI is wild. I dabble in the stock market, and AI is just, it's a wild ride. It's everything in AI is up 300, 400, 500% year to date. And what's that?
Sorry, it's just insane.
It's insane. Yeah, it's insane. And yes, AI is applicable, like you said, also, Nate, people are using ChatGPT, Perplexity, whatever it is, they're using it. It's helping people out. Browsers are trying to integrate it in every way they can. I know that every time I use Google now, the AI response is what I'm reading rather than digging through, or it's summarizing my Reddit search, whatever it is. It's certainly useful and applicable, but so much of it still feels like an idea. It sounds really nice, and there's so much money going into it. And it's, that's kind of the bubble aspect of it. And it really does feel like, even though it is definitely coming for people's jobs, there are these real concerns, and we're losing some genuine aspects of art, actual human art we're losing out on from generative AI art. So, these things are definitely real. This isn't to discount that, but, at the end of the day, AI, so much of it is still an idea. It's so hyped. There's so much money going into it, and so much of these companies are overvalued. These tickers on the stock market, they're just, it's insane. It's just not sustainable. So in terms of the AI aspect, I'm concerned in terms of the prices increasing because of, again, those data centers and what they require in terms of resources. And those price increases are very real. When we're talking about PC parts, it's like 4 or 5x what it might be for a potential console increase. So that's also crazy. I know that people who are buying or building PCs have really been struggling with that. So, those things are all real too. That's definitely unsettling. But again, this AI stuff to me is not sustainable. I don't know what the time frame will be there. I think that, the resources that are being devoted to those will soon exhaust what they're actually going to be useful for. And, maybe they already have, even at this point, because there will be a point. Absolutely. But Yeah, it's just wild, but I don't know. I'm not particularly worried about the Switch 2. I think that obviously the best software is still to come in terms of these price increases. I think the numbers that we're seeing now there's an optimistic spin to take on it. So yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, things are very expensive. And whenever I see this, or whenever I'm considering whether I'm going to buy this game, or, I'm not necessarily a console really, but if I'm going to buy this game, it's good to remember the indie games, the backlogs in terms of what we can do right now, sort of thing. If you are struggling, that's something I always think about. Go support an indie game, buy like a $20 game, and that's a nice way to settle and kind of allow yourself to build up funds. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that it could definitely hurt for the next year or two, but I do think that at least the AI aspect of it that is definitely a part of, the energy devotion and why Switch is potentially going to have an increase. I think that aspect is not sustainable. I also don't understand necessarily the aspects of, I'm assuming that they sign contracts. I know that in other areas with manufacturing, they sign contracts and there are certain fixed prices on manufacturing. And so I don't know if that's necessarily going to be applicable to RAM, SSDs, in terms of what the Switch 2, what kind of contracts Nintendo has entered with manufacturers. I don't necessarily know, but I know that in other areas, yeah, there can be contracts that at least keep the price within a certain range so it won't be so overinflated, so that it will be fixed to some stance. But I don't know if that applies to this situation, but that's something that popped into my head too when I saw this headline. But yeah.
All right, man. Let's throw it over. He goes last. Let's throw it over the stash. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay. You guys have all touched on a lot of great things. I think there's a lot of ramifications here.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. I was saving that for a while.
Why?
I was like, I gotta use that.
I didn't see that coming.
It sat there in my brain for like 2 seconds. I had to think. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. Okay. Now, but in all seriousness, right? Nate, you said that this affects everyone. That is 100% the case. So this isn't just targeting Nintendo. This targets so many different companies, right? In the field of what we do, video games, technology. So it's going to hurt a lot of people. Bigger picture is that, prices continue to go up. Some things have went down, but on the whole, the things we are talking about, they're going up. Insurance costs going up, doctor visits, dentist visits, car repairs, you name it, right? All the things that are really just unavoidable. They got to be paid for, and those are all going up. So it is what it is. RAM, yes, RAM being one of them. Do I think the Switch 2 is going to go up in price? I don't. I think Nintendo priced it. And now I know Nintendo says some things to the outlets, but the reality is often different. And I do think they priced the Switch 2 appropriately for factors like this. Rising costs. I do. I think they're going to be fine there. So I'm not necessarily concerned. As far as AI, since we were touching on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have my thoughts on it. Look, I was saying in chat, Michaela knows this too. I've been talking about AI like in a very, very, very serious manner. I remember even talking about it once at Lone Depot when I was giving like a speech in front of several hundred people. And I was talking about AI and how it's going to take a lot of jobs, a lot of people here. It's going to take your job. I remember when I talked about this, it was probably 2017 or 18. And that was the moment where some people were like, this dude knows something. He knows stuff. And then other people are like, this dude's batshit crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people who are like, this guy thinks a robot's going to take our job. It's like, no, you're not looking at the big picture. You're not looking at what I just explained. So I think AI is here. It's coming. It's going to take jobs. It already is. And again, like, you don't have to leave it up to your imagination at all. All you have to do is look across the world, go look at what's going on in other countries. China. Okay. I looked this up earlier when you guys are starting to talk about AI, so I could have some little bit of details. But in 2025, approximately 54 to 77% of jobs in China are estimated to be at high risk of substitution due to AI. While all jobs have not been taken, entire categories are seeing massive displacement as China implements its AI Plus plan to reach a 70% penetration rate for AI and applications by 2027. So we are 2 weeks away from 2026, right? So they're saying a year basically from now, 70% of the jobs will have AI agents and applications. And they're even approximating that up to 77% of jobs will be replaced by AI. Here's the thing that they don't talk about. They don't talk about how many jobs it's already replaced, which is a lot, which I have that list. But data entry clerks, accountants, bookkeepers, translators, legal assistants and clerks, customer service reps, receptionists, check-in clerks, telemarketers, coffee shop baristas, already happening, assembly line workers, warehouse and inventory managers, courier and delivery dispatchers, quality inspectors, entry-level programmers, illustrators and game designers, market research analysts, drivers, truck, taxi, delivery, bank tellers, medical transcriptionists, on and on. This list is very long. Okay. Fast food, obviously, we've already seen that. That happened in China a long time ago, actually. You know, when I was at Lone Depot, our owner, Anthony Shea, talked about this. And you know, he came down to Arizona, gave a great speech, but he was talking about the social credit score in China and how that will come over here. And I do believe it will too. I was looking at it. I'd seen a report about the number of suicides every year now in China because of people's social credit scores, that they're actually getting like locked out of society. Because, you know, you can't fly. You can't ride the bus. You can't go buy groceries if your social credit score doesn't check out. There's a lot of things that go into it. And so people are just offing themselves. And the number of suicides it went up, I think it was like 3,000%, which is this is just insane. But again, like, there's different parts of the world that are testing different things. And those things, a lot of them will come here. So again, like, you don't have to use your imagination much. So those are like the real ramifications that I'm thinking about on a global scale, because it will come here. And so when we talk about RAM, when we talk about video games, you know, people get in arguments online over this shit. It's like, bro, you have no idea what's coming. Like, people are going to be in a world of pain in ways that you may not ever understand. You won't understand. Yeah. And so I look at those are the things that are going to impact price. Those are the things that are going to impact whether you can buy something. How can you do it without a job? We deal with it too. All of us do on YouTube. Look at all these AI channels that are just popping out videos. There's no face, right? And now what's interesting, I think we talked about this 2 weeks ago, maybe. The amount of stock gamers put into a score, a number. You minimize this game that was worked on for 5-10 years to a number. You don't want to be thought of as a number. Nobody does. But we put that on a video game. And you know, that's just exactly what's going to happen now. That's what it'll be minimized to. It's not a good spot. I'm not trying to put out like fear porn. But this is serious. I've been talking about this for a very long time. It is coming. So yeah, I think people do best to just mentally prepare yourself for some of the things that matter more than that, than all the things that we're talking about as well. Those are the bigger ramifications, is my point. Yes, RAM going up sucks, but let's look at the reasons why. Let's extrapolate that. Let's drill down. And then we start looking at everything else. What's going to happen? That's probably for another podcast, not even this one.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like a whole different topic. Because it gets into some weird territory.
Yeah, it's important not to underestimate it, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to do because, like you said, people did think in terms of robots, but it's really more invisible and silent than that. And it's so easy to overlook because it's something you're not even really seeing. You know, it's interesting.
When I was at Lone Depot, they wanted the gal I worked with, Kristen, she was the VP, I was the director. They wanted us to basically start like implementing and training AI to take jobs at the company. We both had like a real serious talk together, just her and I, like we always did. More or less, like how do you feel about this? Like just on a moral level, okay? Like shoot straight, because you know this is coming. I know this is coming. Us saying no isn't going to stop anything. Us saying no is going to mean we don't get a paycheck anymore. And they bring somebody else in to train AI, right? That's the gist of it. There's so many people right now that are doing their job every day, and they don't even know that they are training AI. At least we knew what was going on. But there's software that are installed on your workstations that watch everything you do. And that's training AI. People don't even know that they're training their replacement. It's going to be very interesting, guys.
Yeah, that's interesting. Even, you know, my workplace, there have been times when someone said, hey, why don't we integrate AI into your workflow? It'll improve things. And they're so excited about it. In the back of my head, it is unsettling how excited they are. It's strange. And just like you were saying, it is weird because they're excited. They see it as a tool, but also there's something underneath there too. Yeah.
A lot of people I know are getting this. They're talking about it in chat too. About their workplace saying, hey, all the emails now need to use AI. Michaela's mom, she works in title and escrow for homes, right? For properties. It's a pretty labor intensive job, and there's a lot of tribal knowledge in this position that you accrue over decades of doing it. They want her to use AI on everything now, everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be interesting. That's all I gotta say.
Even like including like customer names and account numbers and things like that. Because if that's a recipe for some sort of
loan numbers, socials.
People
address.
give all that information to chat
plugging that into
every
AI.
day too.
Oof.
You know.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. AI has access to all of that because I mean your credit report is pulled. It's your social, it's all your account numbers, your credit card numbers. We have your bank statements.
Yeah.
We have everything that is of any value to you, all your assets, liabilities, you name it. So AI has access to all of that.
This is why when the YouTube career ends, guys, I'm gonna be living in a ditch. The only thing they can't take from me is me, baby.
And your mustard stained shirt.
Yeah, dude.
That's if I even still have a shirt, because they could take that. I don't know.
I mean,
I've thought about that too. Like where do you go? What happens?
Live off the land, baby.
Boy
Boy
down
Scouts
by the river.
true. So
crazy.
glad that I had Boy Scouts, baby. I'll survive off the land.
Yeah, that's good. That's good training, man.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, AI even has our brains. It's like so many people use it. So many people use it as like their psychologist and like their mental health.
You know what's scary?
Yep. It's crazy.
So like you talk about, how like AI is obviously not at the level of being necessarily more intelligent than humans because all it can do is regurgitate information, right? It can't necessarily do more than that. But I will tell you this, having been in the room with certain people in my life, I'm going to tell you right now, I get why people talk to AI. Some people,
guys, some
people are not very bright.
Guys, the topic is Switch 2 holiday sales. What is happening?
Hey, dude, there were other topics we had in the past, and then all of a sudden, you and Stash are both like, "Yeah, everyone's got mental illness. That's the problem." I'm like, "It's out of fucking nowhere,"
which we've been proven right.
Hey,
here we go.
Let me give you my final answer, though. I guess I'm not concerned about Switch 2 sales. I think it's doing fantastic worldwide. I think there's going to be system sellers in 2026. I think we're going to get crazy third-party support. But also, I think the biggest two things we don't want to underestimate that are really going to help drive sales is the Mario movie, because it's going to have that domino effect for all the other Mario IP. And then the following year, the Zelda movie to do the same. So, again, you look at the numbers when the Mario movie came out and how it benefited greatly all the other software because new people were buying Switches. I think we see very similar things happen.
Okay. All right. Let's toss it over to
GameBird.
The Birdman.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's anytime you see sales that the numbers aren't what you were hoping, it's disappointing. Obviously, I wish the story for Switch 2 was that the sales were just insane throughout the holiday. I wish the same for PlayStation 5. I wish the same for Xbox. Hearing that Xbox's sales are down 70% is devastating. It's just bad for the industry. You want these companies succeeding. You want them kicking butt. You want healthy competition and to feel the sense of. Hold on, sorry guys.
Whoa, whoa,
Okay.
Whoa, now, buddy. The time for that is after the show. What is going on back there? Are we about to hear a little?
No, he's got it muted.
Sorry, guys. what I was saying was you you want to hear amazing things, basically. And so anything short of that is always going to be disappointing. And I mean, my experience going out on Black Friday, going to Best Buy it was a sad state. There was like two, maybe three people in the store other than myself, which was super. I hadn't seen anything like it personally on Black Friday. We know that the cost of living has skyrocketed. We know that there is a jobs crisis right now. Like, people can't find jobs right now. Mass layoffs across not just the gaming industry, all industries. I know the company I work for has had major layoffs over the years. We have AI taking jobs. We have AI breaking into gaming, movies, all sorts of things. And me personally, I think that AI shit is wild. I think it's crazy. I think it's insane that AI is not being regulated. Like, there's no regulation at all. It's the Wild West. I also think that AI is overpromising, at least in the near future. I don't see a lot of the huge promises over the next 5 to 10 years.
I'll tell you why it's not regulated. Hold on. Have you ever paid attention to like some of the court proceedings that happen at times around the tech industry?
No, I haven't.
The government is so clueless. They're still trying to figure out what like .org versus .net means. This is like literally a thing that came up in a court case last year. And they are so far behind in the legal system of understanding basic tech. Like, by the time they try to get a hold of AI, it'll be too late.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think AI is over promised. I don't think it's going to be a thing where in 5-10 years it solves all these problems and runs all these industries better than people can. I think it's going to be interesting to see, like, because AI, obviously, I mean, you know, my company, again, we use AI a ton. I know for a fact it's affected jobs at my company for a fact, but
What?
AI makes mistakes. We have people cross-checking reports that AI handles every single day, every single line item, because AI makes mistakes. I'm curious to see legal ramifications when some sort of AI mistake. Who do you sue? Do you sue the company using the AI? Do you?
That's probably who you sue. Yeah.
Probably. So there's going to be interesting ramifications. But the other thing is that AI pulls from what people have already created. So when we think about video games, when we think about art, AI pulls from art that already exists and creates based on that. We saw this with Marathon. Some artists' art got pulled, and used by AI in the game Marathon. It was a huge thing. When we stop using artists, when we stop using like graphic designers and animators, and it's just AI, what happens when AI is pulled from everything? What do we just get the same shit forever then? When there's no new thought, no new ideas, it's just pulling. They've pulled from everything, then what? So I think there's been an overpromise, unless there's like major, huge developments that happen. I think it's overpromised. I think it's very doom and gloom. I think it's very dystopian. I think it's just the state of the world. It's unfortunate. Nate, you said it. Stash, you said it. Video games, they're a luxury. It's one of the things that's going to be negatively affected by everything that's going on in the world. Not just that, movies as well. Art in general is like pretty cooked. Any art form, music, it's insane. Again, it's the Wild West. And I'm not worried about Switch 2. I think that despite it not being like this insane, mind-blowing record Black Friday for the company, its numbers are showing that it's selling very well. It's having a very good first 6 months on the market. We're at about 15 million units sold. We could possibly add a couple, 2, maybe even 3 million to that by the end of the fiscal year. That's nearly 19 million in less than a year. That's really impressive stuff. That's better than the Wii U. That's close to surpassing the GameCube. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, I just mean like as far as like overall and stuff. Like the console's making strides, and I think ultimately what's gonna happen is that the Switch 2's success is gonna live or die on the software. I think I've said this before on the podcast. If Nintendo can maintain a healthy software lineup year after year without droughts, with great AA experiences, great indie experiences, and great AAA experiences, I think they're going to be set up for success. I do think not having a big blockbuster holiday title is a miss. There's a reason why I was hyping it up when I thought there was going to be one, because it just makes sense. I don't think that's going to be the case next year. I think they're going to have probably their biggest blockbuster title to date for Switch 2 next holiday. So we'll have to wait and see. But my hope is that this console continues to sell well. I hope that PS5 continues to sell well. And hopefully, some positive things come Microsoft way. I don't know. It's hard to foresee a positive story with Microsoft right now. There's just been so much bad news with that platform and that company, unfortunately. I'd love to see a future where they're able to pull themselves out of the hole that they're in right now. But we'll have to wait and see on that front. But it is telling. We just had the Game Awards. You guys all saw the nominees. There's some amazing games this year, from indies like Hades 2 and Silksong to some of the lesser known incredible indies like Blueprints or Ball Pit, to huge AAA games like Kingdom Come Deliverance and Claire Obscure is an indie game, but like those more what you imagine as those AAA experiences, Death Stranding 2 and Donkey Kong Bonanza, as well as dozens of other games. There's games that should have been nominated, in my opinion, like Trails in the Sky First Chapter should have been in RPG of the Year. It made no sense to have Monster Hunter there. Trails is the superior game and a better RPG through and through. So games kicked ass last year. This industry should be doing well. It's a sad state, man. It's not video games. It's not Nintendo. It's not a Switch 2 problem. It's a Switch 2 problem when the system's not profitable and failing to meet any sort of expectations. That's a Switch 2 problem. We're not there yet. Hopefully we never are there. I don't foresee that happening. But we just have a worldwide problem in all aspects of life. It's coming for us. It's dystopic. It's jacked up. Buckle up, grab a bag of popcorn, and enjoy the ride, because it's all gonna burn.
Oh God. We went from a show to a cynic. All right, Eric, bring us on, buddy. It's your topic.
Yeah, so to clarify a couple things, Micron is the company that announced that they are going to stop producing consumer
crucial
RAM.
Yep.
Crucial consumer RAM. And I did look, I should have did this beforehand, but Switch 2 does not use SATA SSDs. So technically, if Samsung did stop creating those for consumers, it wouldn't really have any sort of effect on the Switch 2. But still, damn it. And anyways, with those two kind of corrections / a little bit more insiders, fuck AI. I fucking hate it. Do I think it has its uses? Absolutely. But I think they're very few and far between. And I think it should only be used to enhance things, not generate anything, not do anything else. It just fuck it. That's all. I mean, that's really all I have to say. I'm so pissed right now. I literally just absolutely hate AI.
Amen, brother.
Am I concerned about the Switch 2's future? Maybe not right now, but I can definitely see how things could eventually get to a point where this will affect not only the Switch 2, but the whole industry, and it's gonna topple. It could. It's
an industry thing. At the end of the day, Switch 2 is the affordable barrier
Right.
of entry.
And the reason, I mean, yeah, I could have titled this as, concern for the industry, but we're a Nintendo podcast, so
Yeah,
that's why I kind
totally.
of added the Switch 2 twist in there. Obviously it's going to affect the whole industry, but like I said, it's more of we're a Nintendo podcast, so it's, obviously, how concerned are you on the Switch 2's feature, which I think we're all still timidly, optimistic, but yet at the same point in time, we could see a point where it could go down the shitter, for lack of a better word.
Sure.
I'm super optimistic.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have no timidness in me.
No.
Just for the record.
Stash just wanted to clarify. No chance. Zero. None.
Yeah. No chance in hell. Like Vince McMahon would say.
That's right. So if it does go bad, going down with the ship, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it goes bad, everything else is going bad.
Because my whole channel relies on Nintendo being relevant. So
no, if it goes bad, we'll have other problems to worry about.
Yeah, right.
There will be greater ramifications.
I'm sure plenty more industries will go under before gaming will, but still, this was kind of, I just saw some of the news and thought this could be an interesting topic to touch on, just because of how it could affect, the industry and the Switch too.
Yeah.
It's really important to have these conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Worst topic of all time.
Yeah, right.
Or that.
I had to slip it in. I'm like, he's about to say, yeah, right. Let me slip in something. Worst topic of all time. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. I mean, you're probably not wrong. So,
all right. We'll get into our last topic here before we get to the Q&A. Just a reminder to everyone watching the live show, you can super chatting questions if you want for anyone on the show or the whole panel. I obviously feature super chats as well, as you guys have seen throughout the topics, when it's really about the topics and not necessarily a question. So you guys can obviously be part of the show in that way as well. Sometimes we read them off, sometimes we don't. Kind of depends on what's going on. But we do actually read off the questions and answer them during the Q&A segment. That said, let's go ahead and get into our last topic. This one has to do with something I actually was texted about this morning from my own sources on Nintendo now offering third-party partners size options for game key cards. But setting aside me, you ain't got to take my word for it. Nintendo Deal and like 17,000 other people seem to be all hearing the same thing. And that is that Nintendo, as of today, is manufacturing and offering as an option to partners different size cartridges besides 64 gigabyte for Switch 2. Couple caveats on this. The sizes are rumored to be 32 and 16. I haven't heard anything about an 8, so they might not possibly make an 8. Also, the price difference between 8 and 16 is like 3 cents with the tech they're using. So really doesn't make sense to have an 8 for that cost. That said, the other caveat, the caveats are basically this. They're slower. So that's one thing. They're slower than the 64 gig. Not as slow as the Switch 1 cards, but they are slower. So I don't know if they're just using cast-offs for the 64 gig that didn't meet spec. And that's a way they're trying to save a little money and reuse pieces. That happens sometimes. Like the on-branded microSD Express cards at Walmart, those are casted off Lexar chips. When Lexar, when it doesn't meet their speed requirements and everything, still can meet the requirements to be microSD Express, but it doesn't quite hit the targets. There's always percentages of manufacturing that don't quite hit what you want. But so there's that. And then when you dive even deeper, the other caveat is basically that the price of these things is really supposedly not that much cheaper than the 64 gig. Whether it's a 32 or 16, we're talking between $3 to $5 less. And you might go, well, that could be a lot. Yeah, that would be a lot if it was only $10 for a 64 gig card, but it's not. It's $22. So you're talking about a price difference that drops it down to 17, maybe $15 on the lowest end. And you might go, well, that doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, except for indie games that are $10. They ain't going to go on physical. They'll lose money. Oh, Silksong. You think Silksong? 30% of that goes to Nintendo. They lose money. So it's one of those things where, like, if the idea of because one of the number one complaints about only having the 64 gigabyte cartridges is game key cards, right? There's a huge chunk of people that don't like game key cards. It doesn't matter what we think about them. Doesn't matter. I know Stash doesn't give a shit. But we do know there is a huge chunk of people out there that do. They do care about it. They do literally refuse to buy any game that's on a game key card. And that's their prerogative. Everyone can make their own purchasing decisions. No one's going to fault you for having that opinion or having those stances, because you have to stand up for what you believe in. But the caveat Nintendo's been getting blasted for is not offering sizes. And now with the new sizes coming out, it kind of shows why Nintendo wasn't offering those sizes. It really isn't that much more cost effective. It was just something I brought up a long time ago, by the way, that like one of the reasons they probably only went with the one size is because it's really that much cheaper to offer the other sizes. So who's really going to use them? And that's really what I get to with this topic is who's really going to use these damn things? Because they're still stupidly expensive. And there's not much you can do about it because they're the only company offering physical in a handheld format. On top of that, game key cards aren't going to go away. And even if they, you could force companies into using them, but Nintendo won't, because then there could never be physical digital games. Like game key cards, literally you would never see a physical indie game if they got rid of game key cards, because they're not going to lose money to use cartridges. Or you'll see an even bigger Switch tax. Oh, a $5 digital copy of a game, physical format's like $30. So they can cover all the price differences. Because it's not, by the way, we just talked about the cost of the cartridge to indie developers. You got to buy the case. You got to make a cover. You got to pay someone to make that cover, like even design the damn thing.
Don't worry, you can just use AI.
Many of them probably do. What was that? I think Asmongold. I think I saw a recent clip of a video where he was playing one of the world's first 100% made by AI video games. And it's not a great game. It's not a game that's going to do super well, but it was fine. Like it kind of felt like a college kid's first game. And he noted that he's like, while this game actually isn't like terrible, it's also like a fun note that like this is the worst completely made AI games will ever be. Like it's only going to get better, or for other people scarier that it's getting better from here, to the point where do you even need people to make games at all, or do you just need one person to enter some prompts and on AI and come back in a few days when it's done compiling and using all these mega servers, and boom, here's your new video game. Kind of scary to think about that. But yeah, these indie studios, I don't know that this fixes anything for them. AAA studios, what did we learn throughout the whole Switch generation? Unless it's a company like CD Projekt Red, who's like very dedicated to physical, what are they going to do? Go for the cheapest option, right? NBA 2K. Now we're not going to go with this 32 gigabyte cartridge where we could put maybe the single player on there. No. 8 gigs, smallest we can get, cheapest we can get. That's what the companies are going to do. So my thought process is, I don't know these actually help anything or make any dent or difference. But I will say, if even one game decides to use them instead of a key card, that's why they exist. So, what do you guys think about this stuff? Do you think it's going to make any difference with game key card usage? Do you think this is actually good? And who could benefit from these different size cartridges the most? Because look, games are going to cost what games are going to cost us consumers. So what developers, who do you think is going to maybe potentially think about this stuff? Let's throw it over to, let's go with the guy who went last time. Eric, what are you thinking about this stuff?
And it's great to see, because options are optional. Whether people actually use it or not, it's nice to have them. But yeah, like you said, I just don't know. I mean, If you run it over a huge amount of games, yeah, it could save you some money. But some of these smaller indies and stuff like that are probably not going to print anywhere near as much as some of these AAAs. So the money saved is, not as much. I don't know. It's a tough call. So just to see anybody use it.
Yeah.
It's nice that they're there.
I mean, yeah, options are good. Again, it's one of those things that it's like, if the problem was the cost, well, I just don't know if this really fixes any of that. I will say I would have liked to see Nintendo, and I hope someone at Nintendo has brought this up in a meeting with the top brass. Hey, have you guys ever thought of repurposing Switch 1 carts to be install carts? Because the Switch 1 cart prices are much better. So, because they're using an older tech that's not fast enough for modern games, but that doesn't matter if you're just going to use it as an install medium. Or they're going to be doing it off the SSD or off the, it's not SSD, but off the flash memory or off the micro SD Express. And this has been suggested by others online as well. I'm not the first person to think about this, but I hope someone at Nintendo has actually said this out loud in a meeting as a solution. If game key cards keep not selling as well as we have seen, that game key cards haven't seemingly moved off shelves as well as physical games, that full physical. That I hope someone's brought this up in a meeting is, hey, even if we do these new sizes, what if this doesn't work? What's our next plan? Maybe it's time to embrace game installs, but optional only if you're using this optional cartridge that now they got to come up with a new symbol for, of course, to let people know, oh, this is an install cart. This isn't a normal one. It's also not a game key card, which also can just add more confusion to the consumer as well. As now, we're looking at all these different boxes and symbols and wondering what the fuck is going on.
So as an install card, are you just talking it dumps from the card to the
we used to
memory?
like how PlayStation works.
Yeah.
How computers just work. Put the disc in and install a game.
Okay. Yeah.
You still need the cart to play.
I figured that's what we're talking about, but I just want to clarify.
Yeah. So that's, I think that would be a nice option that would have worked. If they would have, I think it's hard to implement now because I feel like you should have thought about this before the system came out, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know. TygerTyme, what are you thinking on this?
Yeah, I mean, I love the feeling of popping a cartridge or a disc or whatever it is into a console, and love how you can instantly play it and the collection aspect of it. But at the end of the day, yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as at least ThunderStash up there. I've pretty much embraced digital. I still like to get the first party Nintendo games when I can, but for the most part, yeah, I have accepted the digital future. And when it comes to this stuff, I mean, it seems like you were saying, Nate, the actual cost in terms of the margin is pretty slim when you do the math out. But I think that there is a nice aspect for potentially indie games, smaller studios possibly getting that physical coverage of having a cartridge and being in a store. I think of a game like the first time I saw Celeste, I only got that game because I saw it there. I saw the box art, and I was like, this is a game that I need to try, I need to play. And, it's physical. And I think that is one aspect that's lost here beyond just all of the collector stuff and wanting to play a game instantly in the smaller game sizes and everything. I think that's another one, is that these games, if they can make it to that physical space, that retail space, it is kind of an extra level of connection. And again, like we were just talking about a topic ago, in terms of affordability, just these games that would physically exist that people could see in the store and see next to a game that's $70 or $80. See, okay, that's a $40 physical game, not on a game key card. I think that could make a subtle enough difference. But in terms of overall, based on what I quickly read about this, it seems like I don't think that it will make a large difference in the long term here, but I think it's a nice option for people to have and for developers to have, smaller developers. So yeah, those are really my thoughts on it.
What is this? A mutiny?
I think we lost.
What?
I think we lost TygerTyme's voice.
Oh, did we?
Oh,
I
no,
can
or
hear
no.
you.
Okay.
Oh.
No, Nate and I were discussing something here. Just in the backside.
No,
But,
yeah. Apparently, Puka Nakua can't afford a home
Oh, I
in
see
the
the
place where
mutiny
he
'cause
actually
he
plays
gets
football.
back.
Because he only makes like $500,000 a year as a 5th round pick, even though he's like a huge important player for them. He literally can't afford to even live there.
Yeah, people aren't liking him lately, huh?
Let's go to like the economy. This is a guy making $500K, and he can't even afford to live where his job is.
Mm.
But that's insane to think about. Like, damn, dude.
that's
Obviously,
crazy.
I assume he's gonna have a big payday coming eventually his way, and then he can, afford there eventually. But that's still insane. And I just gotta throw out what's also insane. It's happening again. It's just happening again.
Yeah, I noticed
Here
the
we go.
dollar amounts there.
Here we go. T is coming hard at Stash. He's dropping it again. I think last time he did this, he hit all of our channels a little bit. And then the time before that, I think he gave Stash like 1,000 in one night. It was insane. I don't know what is happening.
Yeah.
Really, this is ThunderStash's #1 fan.
He's been super sweet in the chat.
think
He's been saying some really nice stuff.
We could just like officially declare that this is the #1 fan of ThunderStash at this point. Like,
Yeah, T's awesome.
We love you,
He's a
T.
beast, yeah.
I read some of your comments on his channel. You're a good dude, man. All right. Anyways, sorry, that was insanity. Are you done, Tiger? Should we move on to the next person?
Yeah. That's pretty much my thoughts on the situation. Yep.
Okay. Let's throw it over the Birdman.
Yeah. I think if true, this is cool. I mean, more options is always great. More options for consumers, more options for developers, like TygerTyme said, indie devs with smaller games, especially, I think would benefit if they want that physical release. The game key card thing, I mean, we've talked about it. I don't really care about game key cards. It's a non-issue. I don't collect them. I don't buy them, but I also don't have an issue with them. The fact of the matter is physical media is on a death march. It has been. We're going all digital, whether you like it or not, and most people like it. That's the real truth. Is that, yeah? As much as I love physical and collecting physical, and I know you do, you guys, a lot of you guys do here tonight too. There's not many of us.
No.
It feels like it sometimes, because we're in a community where, or a bubble where like-minded people share ideas and thoughts and nostalgia and memories and collection photos and videos and stuff. And I've got some of my collectibles back there. Stash has a ton of his back there, but there's really not many of us. And whether it's young people or people from our generation who already moved on a long time ago when music and movies made the shift, it's coming. So the game key cards, that's a non-issue. It's sad, but it's inevitable. So I don't have anything too deep other than I think more options is great. And if this is a way to get great, games in physical media for the time being, then hell yeah, power to it. I'm here for it.
Okay. There we go. Stash man.
Yeah. So, this is something we've talked about, right, on the podcast. This was rumored a long time ago. Nate, you've brought it up several times. We've discussed it here about different sizes coming. They were being worked on. So yeah, that's what's happening now. Now we're hearing about it. And look, you mentioned between $3 and $5 cheaper. That's very small. I don't know that any developer is going to pass that on to the consumer. Who's to say any of them are going to? They don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you're an indie, you really got to watch your margins. Like going physical could pose to be a huge risk if you're an indie dev. Yeah. And so it's hard enough for indies to make a physical game because they have to first do really, really well digitally. And then that's, of course, when the decision comes. That's why, I review a lot of indie games. I always ask the developer, even though I know the answer, but I always ask, hey, do you have plans right now to go physical, or do you have like hopes for it, ambitions? Is that like the dream kind of thing? Because for a lot of them, it is. It's their dream to have their video game on a store shelf. They're old school, right? That's a big deal. But there's so much that has to happen to get there. And so if you're an indie developer and you do this, do you even pass it on to us? Because that is a risk as well, to pass that on to the consumer. I guess it can also be a risk to not pass it on to us because it's a difference of $29.99 versus $34.99. Will that make anyone think twice? I don't know. I don't know that it would. 24 or 29. It might make the difference for you, though, as a developer, to be able to pocket that and then work on your next game sooner. So, I'm just not confident that it'll be passed on to the consumer. As far as the big AAAs, I don't expect it at all. I expect really the only type of developer to think about it for longer than 5 seconds would be indie developers. I think the AAAs will pocket it. That's if they even release it on a card with data on it. I'm guessing the big AAAs really won't, outside of, again, you mentioned CD Projekt Red. There are some companies that are trying to do it. R-Type Dimensions 3, which is a game I'm actually going to be reviewing on Switch 2. I talked to that developer, and they were just interviewed about trying to find a way to get their game physical. It was just in the news in the last day or two. Yeah.
Yep.
That's by Inen. And so, they're old school, though. They get it. And they understand why some fans really want that, especially for a game like R-Type. Super R-Type was a Super Nintendo launch game. It's very nostalgic for a lot of people. And they want it physically. That's your age group. That's the age group you're selling to. You are not selling to the 18 to 24, the 25 to 32. Nate?
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly bring this up because you brought up Inen. One thing we did learn that we didn't know is that Nintendo does not allow multiple format releases. So as an example, what Inen wanted to do is because they can't, the cartridges are just unrealistic for them to use for their standard sale price. But they have like collector's editions that are much more expensive that they could eat the cost with. They wanted to offer a physical option for the collector's editions, which is possibly an option for these cards to come into play. But Nintendo doesn't allow that. So I would like to see that policy change at Nintendo to allow them to have a multiple format for collector's editions. Because right now Nintendo's saying, no, you can only buy one format for your game. You can't have two.
Okay. That's a good wrinkle. I'm glad you mentioned that.
I just read it on their Twitter. Like, this is official. Like, they actually posted this publicly because people were mad at them for how expensive some of their collector's editions are, but it's not physical. It's like, well, we can't. It's not realistic for our standard edition. That's going to make up 90% of our sales. And the 10% that are going to buy this, well, we want you to have physical. And we're going to try to explore options for it. But Nintendo does not allow it. So that, I will say, Nintendo, you are known for some archaic practices. That does seem a little archaic.
Well, let me ask you this.
They're paying for the cartridges, right? You're getting the money. So why not just let them use them?
Is there anyone else doing this? Because here's something that's been perplexing for me. I look at some of the games that Sony has released that are collector's editions.
Yeah.
And it'll like literally come with a steelbook, but no game. You're like,
Yeah. I hate when companies do that. Dude, the physical copy's pennies. What are we doing?
yeah. Or
There-
like
there's
these collector's
right
editions that come with a statue, but there's no game for the game that you just bought. It's a code. It's like, besides, I'm curious if anyone else has like any interesting regulations like that, I guess. But
Yeah. The regulations on this, I think, is probably unique to Nintendo, like this
Probably.
specific thing, because one, they have multiple formats, and people will talk about, well, hey, Sony's got that discs that are just install, like download off the internet, just like game key cards. I mean, yeah, and that disc is the same disc as the discs that contain the data. Well, then why don't they? Because it's only pennies. These discs are pennies. They don't need multiple formats. It's pennies.
it's always been the cartridge, man. That's always
Yeah,
been the
card-
sticking point.
Cartridge is always. It's one reason why third parties love
64.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're so
64
expensive.
so expensive and could hold less data, and sometimes the audio quality back then wasn't as good. Not such an issue today, and now there's actually benefits to cartridges today, as in no game installs, because they can be fast enough to actually play them off the cart. But
Yeah,
it's still the cost. Now the cost for that's significantly more than it used to be. So
They were so cool though.
When a
How
game
much-
sold out back in the day, it was like sometimes it took a really long time for it to hit store shelves again, because you don't want to over order cartridges on 64 because you're sitting on a lot of money versus possibly under ordering, being sold out, and then okay, we gotta order more now. This might take a month, 6 weeks to hit store shelves again. And then how much momentum do you lose from the time you sell out to maybe 6 to 8 weeks later when it hits store shelves again?
yeah,
Stuff.
It was
Bird?
tough. Sometimes, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Bird, what were you gonna say? You gonna say something?
I was gonna say, how much was it? Was it costly for Nintendo to manufacture the mini discs for GameCube?
it was more costly than the DVDs at the time, but it was still, we're still talking, and it was like 90.
Compared to like a cartridge. I mean, I
Yeah.
know that a DVD is cheaper, but
Wait, it was
compared to a
cheaper. Than a
cartridge.
it was cheaper than a cartridge. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised they never made the return to that, because I always thought back in the day, one day there's going to be a handheld that utilizes these GameCube
I'll
discs.
tell you, dude. Here's the reason. You ever have a portable CD player? Scratches, moving parts, very bad in portable devices.
That's true. That makes sense.
Oh.
Unless they put it in like didn't the Vita or the PSP have like a plastic
PSP had
protective
The UMD. They call it a UMD.
UMDs.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
are cool.
PSP
Yeah.
was
Now
cool.
go look at some people's copies of UMDs, and you'll still see disc scratches,
Really?
all this shit. Yeah. Because again, it's a moving component. You just don't want moving
Yeah.
components in handhelds like that.
Yeah,
Like
I
if
guess
the
so.
only moving component's the cooling fan. Well, your Switch 2 if the cooling fan fails, will probably still be okay. Just going to be a little warmer.
Yeah.
But maybe replace that fan for long-term health of your system. But so it's you usually don't want a lot of moving components in handles, because look, let's just be honest, they get tossed around. Right?
Yeah.
Toss them in your bag. Kids definitely toss them around.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
So it's a tough situation, because for physical to exist in a handheld format, the best format is literally cartridges, but they're stupidly expensive, and they're only get more expensive as games need more speed to keep the convenience of not doing game installs, which I did say that they should offer a cheaper option, since we're at this junction of key cards, because I don't think key cards are better than offering Switch 1 cards that can do game installs. I don't think key cards are better than that, because now at least the data's on the physical item. You don't need the internet. So I feel like that is something that they could have went to. Plus, a lot of the industry's used to this now with PlayStation and Xbox. So I don't think there would have been any backlash if they would have offered that for smaller size options, to give that as an option for a cheaper way. But yeah, I think this whole thing is just, maybe a PR stunt because it gets people off Nintendo's back saying, "Oh, the problem is you don't offer multiple sizes." No, we do. Now what? Now what's the excuse on why they're using key cards? Well, if you just didn't sell the key cards, they would use the physical, or they just wouldn't release a physical game at all.
I don't think they'd waste their time with that, to be honest with you. Just as a, I don't think they really care that people complain about it.
Are ordered. For me, as an example, and then pointing out Nintendo's policy that you can't have multiple formats. I think that's just an old policy of Nintendo. You know how sometimes old policies, just like we have old laws that don't consider current today conditions. Like key cards didn't exist on Switch 1, so they probably have the multiple format rule to be like, well, you can't be NBA 2K and your standard game releases on an 8 gigabyte, but then your deluxe edition's on a 32 gigabyte. Like, we're not allowing that. That's bullshit. But that would make sense in that case because they're both full physical and you're gonna have to download data either way. And so they wanted to prevent companies from maybe doing something like that. But now keycards bring this whole new aspect in where maybe a company now, hey, as much as Nintendo, you tell people game keycards are physical. Come on. It requires the internet to use. It's not physical. At least the initial use to download. So I would like to see at least that policy get fixed. Because if that policy gets fixed, then I do think we'll see these carts, these other sizes get used a lot more. But you know what? Time will tell, obviously, if the carts continue to get used. All right, I will be right back.
I honestly feel like Nintendo doesn't care about any of the keycard discourse. I feel like when you look at the numbers and you see the percentage so favorable for digital, I mean, are they really worrying about keycard and the discourse online about that? Because if keycards don't do well, they just stop making keycards. It doesn't mean they're going to increase the rate at which they make physical media. They just
no, dude. The market's so easy to read. There's no predicting involved.
Yeah,
because you just have to look across the way at Microsoft and Sony and see what they're doing over there as far as digital numbers. Yes, Nintendo's the outlier, and they know that, right? Because this is where the old heads congregate, the real old people, right? That still want to support physical. That we're the modern day folks who boycotted against the internet and wanted to get our newspapers delivered to us and wanted our news the next day. We are a very modern equivalent to that. And as we all know what happened there, this too will come to pass. And, it's fine. I just don't see this as something that's a really big deal, right? I think a lot of the folks talking about it are the ones that are online 24/7. And that aren't really even playing video games. They talk about them all the time, but they're really not playing them all the time. And I don't think you really worry about folks like that. And their numbers already speak for themselves. They know what their numbers are. They know what their splits are. They know what their physical to digital split is. And they know that digital number is rising. Even though it's still pretty good physical on Switch. Switch 2, I think it was 51-49. There was a year that it was 50-50. We've went over it in the numbers. However, it used to be, say 60-40, 60 physical. So digital keeps rising. It's going to continue to. And so this is eventually going to be a moot point. Right?
Yeah.
We don't have to talk about this anymore. Nobody will have to start these bullshit boycotts online about key cards and trying to tell people how to spend their money.
Yeah,
spend however you want.
I'll tell them how to spend their money. I'll tell you how to spend your money. If you know it's good for you and you're smart, you'll buy all digital.
There we go.
I don't. I buy physical I prefer physical, but I'm just saying, go digital. It's the smart thing to do. You won't get left behind in future generations.
Yeah, that's what all the
And-
kids are doing.
And
Oh,
listen, the crazy thing is, like, I especially like buying physical on Nintendo platforms, Switch 2 included. But if there's one of the big 3 consoles that makes the most sense to have an all digital collection, it's the Switch or Switch 2, because it's a console wherever you go.
Yep.
It's pick it up and walk out the door with it. So just having your entire Nintendo library in the palm of your hands at all time is that's playing with power.
Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
You know, the whole game key card too, like the actual being able to transfer your games to your friends, like allow them to play your digital games. You know, obviously that's Nintendo trying to build a bridge over that water, right? To help the old folks like us to give in to digital. You know, like that was a big thing. If I own it physically, I can let a friend borrow it, right? If I have it digital, I can't. Except now you can. And if you want it back, you can take it back now. Which was a downside of owning something physically. How many times have you lent something to someone and they don't return it when they say they're going to? Or better yet, they still have it and 5 years have passed. And now you feel like you don't even own that game anymore because that friend hasn't given it back to you in 5 years. Or you don't talk to them anymore, or they can't find it. You know what I'm saying? Like this was part of the hurdle at some point. But with this, I can take it back whenever I want. Like if I can rent it out to you, I can give it to you for 14 days. But if I want it back in 10 days, I just go into my Switch and I take it back. I don't need your permission because it's my game. I shouldn't, right? So this is Nintendo. We already know this, that they're pushing us to that digital age, man. There's more new young gamers playing Nintendo for the first time than there are old gamers either playing Nintendo for the first time or still playing. Because there's a point where we die off too. And then it's the young kids playing. And they don't know anything about physical. They don't care about that. They don't want the clutter. They don't want any of that stuff.
Mhm.
You know, they don't own movies like on disc. They don't have 4K players. Their dad might. They might think their dad's weird for having that. You know, he might own these CDs and they probably look at CDs the way we looked at records. Like, why do you have that if you have CDs?
Mhm.
All these, we talked about this maybe a month or two ago. I forget. I brought up a list of all the things that have went digital over the years. And it was a lot. It was a lot of things. So
It's really all about, I feel like it's 2 big things. One is I get the ownership aspect. People want to own their games. I totally understand that. And I feel that too. The other thing though, I think is like what you just said, which is it's so dependent on, how people grow up. And I think about that constantly with, me being 29, people around my age didn't play older, NES, SNES games. And so, their brain just doesn't have a tolerance for that. They can't appreciate it because they already played the most beautiful thing, the brightest thing. The first game they played was on the 360 or PS3, whatever it was. So their brain literally can't justify how that is an experience worth having when you can have the new shiny thing. And I think it's similar with these, where it's the people that, like you said, ThunderStash, the people that grew up with physical have that attachment, but those nowadays who never had it, their brain can't make that connection because they can appreciate it because it wasn't a part of them at some time, So
yeah, it's like books, right?
Mhm.
You know, some
Similar
people
thing.
have only held a Kindle Like that's all they know. They have no attachment to holding a book, to turning the page. Like actually turning the page, not
Literally.
tapping a screen. Yeah, there's a lot of things to factor in there about why you have the attachments, but fact is we have them, and
Yeah.
you know we ain't gonna be around much, as long as the young kids, and there's a lot of things that have went this way. Like I'm sure you guys remember growing up all the infomercials for encyclopedias, the Britannica encyclopedia set. That used to be like a prize on Double Dare. Remember the show Double Dare, right? On Nickelodeon. Like, that used to be a prize, a full Encyclopedia Britannica set. And it's like,
That's so funny. Yeah.
Kids don't go to the library and rent out encyclopedias anymore. Like, you had to hope that your letter wasn't rented out. Like whatever project you had at school, you had to hope that letter wasn't rented out, because that was your source. That's literally what you're sourcing on your paper. And obviously nowadays, I mean, that stopped becoming a thing about 30 years ago with Encarta 95. That's what I used for my state report in 5th grade. It was on Idaho. I got stuck with Idaho. I was pissed. They got nothing going on here. There's no sports teams. This is all farming, agriculture, potatoes. That's it. But I was out sick, so I got stuck with Idaho.
It's funny.
But point is, all these things change, man. All the things, they all end up going away. Retail.
Very true.
Malls.
Everything
goes away.
I opened up the show talking about comic book day and some of the things I picked up.
Yeah.
Comic books, they're going away. You know what it is? It's digital comics. There's apps with all the new releases. And physical is going away. All the shops are struggling.
Yeah. And they
People
can
aren't
market
interested in-
directly to you now in the app.
And as someone who loves physical games, again, I said on the show, you can't see this wall. It's all physical games. I very rarely buy digital. It's usually if it's the only option. Period.
Yeah.
Everything that I love is a dying industry. Because I grew up at a time where we love tangible things that we can collect and share with others and stuff. But yeah, go figure. Just another hobby that I found joy in. That's hanging on by an ass hair.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, what should we do?
Let's get
Should we,
let's get to the
chat it?
super chats. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Do you want me to run it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Let me turn off this here. AJ Rax for 0440. I don't know. I know Ocarina of Time remake is wanted, but let's remake the NES classic Zelda and Zelda 2 with 2D HD.
Okay. Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. I mean, look. We have talked about Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and A Link to the Past, and how I would love to see any of these with that art style. Because look, these are the Zeldas I grew up on. My first one, of course, was Zelda 1. It's the first NES game I bought. I still have it. It's on my shelf, the original. Zelda 2, love it. A lot of people have issues with it. It's a very hard game. I love it for being as hard as it is and because it's different. And A Link to the Past, to me, is the best 2D Zelda. It is it's beautiful. It's close. It's damn near close to perfect. Maybe might be. So would I love to see those again? Yes. Just like I'd love to see Chrono Trigger in HD 2D.
I'm right there with Stash. Yeah, I would any of those two. I think especially at least out of the original and Zelda 2, I think I'd pick Zelda 2 for that one. I think it would benefit the most from a remake. But I'd be happy with either. Like Stash, the NES Zelda, the original, changed my life because that was my first video game ever. The gold cartridge with the hand-me-down NES. And it changed my life because this is the series that turned me into the gamer and the Nintendo fan that I am today. It all started with Zelda. So I'd love to see that. I do think that A Link to the Past is a perfect game, but I would love to see it in HD 2D as well with a orchestrated soundtrack.
Like the way I played it.
Yeah,
if there's a way for the best to get better,
right?
And it's not just blowing smoke, like it's really the best can get better. I mean, dude, I'm all for it. I think if you look at what Square Enix is doing with Dragon Quest, with rebooting with HD 2D, like there's a good test subject for you. You guys are friends with Square. You guys are tight. I'm sure they'll talk sales numbers with you. Let's see if this is feasible.
Yep. There's one more item that I wanted to mention that I would love to see. And while it's not necessarily a remake, it would be a very special announcement. Obviously, Capcom got to make 2 Zelda games, Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. There was a third game never released. I would love to see a remake or rebuilt, kind of like the Dread story, the infamous Metroid Dread that ended up being real all those years later. I'd love to see a Dread story with that third. I forget what it was supposed to be called.
Dread. Oh, you talking about the third Zelda?
The third Oracle game. I can't recall off the top of my head.
Obviously, so it was Oracle, Ages, Seasons. What was the proposed third? I remember really being excited for that idea. The proposed third was the Mystical Seed of Courage.
Yeah.
Big difference there.
I don't know if that's right though. Let's see.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. That's not the name I remember. It was Oracle of something.
Ages, Seasons, the third Oracle. I just don't know if we ever got an official name, proposed name of what it was going to be. This Zelda wiki's citing 4chan. Come on. Got to be careful with that.
All right. I don't know where we are here.
Maybe Nate knows it. Maybe Nate knows. Nate. So we had this question come through. We were talking about what we thought, but I mentioned an item that I would love to see that's not on here would be like a Metroid Dread situation where that third Oracle game that was never released finally made its debut. But do you recall what it was called? Because I don't remember.
Oh my God! It's on the tip of my...
I think what I told you is right.
Is it really?
Mystical Seed of Courage. That's what I'm seeing.
That doesn't sound right, but I believe it because I don't know what it was supposed to sound like.
I think the thing about remaking these NES, what made them, even if you revisit them now, what makes them fun is how
that was it. Gaming has it. Yeah, that was it. Mystical Seed of Courage.
Okay.
It's a wildly long name.
That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see them pull a Metroid Dread with that title.
It's because it was Mystical Seed of Power and in Ages, and the Mystical Seed of Wisdom. So Triforce, Power, Courage.
That was the idea.
Yep.
But
still want that. Still want it, dude.
I know they'd have to retcon the combo ending, but it would be cool. All right. Next up here, we got a gifted over on GameBird channel, Demonic.
Oh
yeah. Switch After Dark, aka Zoo, wanted to chime in here. Say, is Switch 2 in trouble? I would say no more trouble than the rest of our late stage economy. In which case, as I have repeatedly stated, it's in trouble. But so is Sony, Microsoft, PC gaming, all of it. Yeah, we kind of went over that. That if you just talk about industry trouble, it's an industry that's being hit by all this stuff. Say the name, and he appears. I believe in GameBird.
Oh, yeah.
Why does it feel like it's Stash over there like, what is going on? It's Joe Hendry, baby. NXT.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Joe Hendry.
Almost felt like an
like
80s sitcom theme song.
Dude, that's why I like the Joe Hendry thing. It literally feels like something straight out of the 90s. It's great.
Yeah.
You gotta do the spin around though to go with the
yeah.
gamer. You gotta do the
Right.
I just feel like, dude, that'd be if as I was doing that, I would have laughed my ass off. If you fucking did,
That'd been sick.
That would have been sick. Demonic Brawler, bring back NFL bits, NBA Jam, and NFL hits. Yeah, that's the way to go. Zoo coming in again, saying playing Starcross Worlds with Forgotten Land. It's really cool. Also a game at 60 FPS. Yeah. Oh yeah, the DLC is great. It really is. Still wish it was. I wish it was $80 for like buying the full thing. Obviously, if you're just upgrading, it's $20. But yeah. Steak says, "Let's go. You're ready to feel the power." Perfect. That GameBird changes his to that image.
Yeah, right.
Right on that. It's like he knew what was next.
Totally on purpose.
The Stash is back. That's right. Stash missed an episode.
Heck yeah.
I mean, he was still part of the episodes. Technically,
Yeah, right.
made an appearance.
Yeah.
Pre-recorded. It means you guys got some music during the show. You can put some background music in there.
I know
I was gonna
that
ask
music
you-
was great. Yeah,
I was going to ask
great.
you guys that because I was honestly like,
It was great.
I was very busy. There's no way I could have called in. And I was like, I wonder what they thought of the music.
As a viewer, I was chuckling.
Like,
It was
usually
great.
silent this whole time.
Yeah, right.
And if people want to know like why we don't do background music, it sometimes like screws up all the audio stuff. So, but like when we're just watching a video, who cares?
Yeah, right.
It was great. I loved it.
It was. The
I
DK
really
music
enjoyed it.
was great.
It was a nice touch.
Yeah, I was
Other
really
than
excited for the
really only do
indie
on the
music.
show. Yeah, we really only
Yeah.
do it pre-recorded. So
It would have been so great if you had different attire. Obviously, impossible given what you were up to, but different attire for each one in the theme of each game category.
Oh, yeah, that would have been fun. I thought of some things I could have done, and I'm like, I just don't have time. But
Dude,
Yeah.
did anyone else here watch I forget the game. ThunderStash reviewed a game. I forget what it was. That Western first-person shooter.
Oh,
That
I
we
watched
mastered.
The accent
Dressed
the
as
whole
a
time.
cowboy, and he's doing, well, I think this game is like rooting and tooting. And
I couldn't believe you kept the accent the whole time. That was impressive.
Dedication.
look, I'll tell you guys something real quick.
It was
years
awesome.
and years ago, I was bored at work. This was when I had started Islands, and I was serving, and I decided to use a Western accent just for fun, just to screw around. And I introduced myself as Big Tex. That was my name. Tyler, like folks call me Big Tex. And like I just started using all this different lingo, and I would like be
Big
thinking of
Tex.
new things to say that are stupid, but would be really fun and would make sense for this character. These are just things I was thinking at work. And before you know it, my manager at the time was like, Steve, I have people calling me asking if Big Tex is working tonight. Can you stop doing that? Like, they're going to find out you're lying. I'm like, no, what do you mean? I'm bringing in business. This is good. So I actually was channeling, honestly, I was
Big
channeling
Tex.
that from like 20 years ago. And so it was kind of normal, but nostalgic for me.
Dude,
was
I
awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah, I gotta see
loved
his
it.
accent in person. Big Tex over there.
Yeah, it's fun.
The Modern Brawler, Kirby sucks and blows. Good games though.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Modern Brawler dropped a 5 gifted on my side. Thank you so much, buddy.
Nice.
yeah.
Karkun, waiting for Mina the Horror. Irico Pipistrello. Hollower is what I think he meant. But
Oh, Pipistrella
Pipistrella. Yeah.
game. Yeah, I have it physically. Great game.
The Modern Brawler, Kingdom Hearts 4. Will it be on Switch 2 day and date?
Not that game that we all saw before. That one's canceled. That was like a tech demo. that was bullshit.
How long ago was that?
Oh, a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Dude, there's no way that that's Kingdom Hearts 4. That legit was a tech demo. Whatever Kingdom Hearts 4 is will not be that. I guarantee you.
It's like vaporware.
Mark
That was
my
like
words.
Mario 128,
Right.
which then turned into a tech demo.
Still, will it be day and date?
Yes.
It should be.
Square
It's-
said to go multiply with everything, right? I mean,
I think you got to.
Yeah. I think
Why?
so.
Why would you not? I mean, the only way it wouldn't is if it would have to be like delayed in order to get it.
Yeah.
oh,
Because you have some different, I guess, very powerful shareholders there with Disney, and
Mhm.
you know, you have people you got to appease there. So I don't think you could do it even if you wanted to. So as long as it's ready to go, though,
Yeah.
day and date, man.
It has to be. Because then it's just a matter of, do you want more money or less money as a company?
less.
Exactly.
Always less.
It's really, at that
So-
point, that's all it is.
Do you want to sell in Japan? Okay, better be there. Yeah, is what it is.
Mhm.
At the streak here, thanks to Steak 1024. Thank you so much, buddy. Zoo's coming back here again. So the economic angel of death is coming to the gaming industry. Everything bows to macroeconomics and geopolitics. It's time to stop overshooting the market and time to stop making fames for themselves. Yeah,
Damn.
got it. Oh, by the way, before
Mhm.
the T-Man popped off with the 50 and hundo, he did the 20 as well.
Damn.
To clarify that, like, yeah,
Making
I
it
didn't feature his
rain.
lowest super chat. Sorry, buddy. You don't have to do 50 and hundos for me to feature him.
That's funny.
But Wake Tomato 7. How about AI feature for the Switch 1 and 2 UI? Just can we not? Eric, for the audio listeners, is holding up the middle finger, letting them know that the bird is the word over here.
No, the bird is the man.
Can you tell that Eric has had very bad experiences with AI?
Yes.
What a surprise, given your work field.
Mm.
Honestly, it hasn't really affected my work field, but
Let's
it's just
Yep.
Dude, you legit froze.
That
At
was
least on my
crazy.
end. Did you guys see that?
I don't know what just
What was that
happened. I
mean?
feel like the time space continuum like, glitched out right there.
You got
That
to
was
blame the
crazy.
super chat. I was just doing
Yeah.
what the super chat was doing.
thank you. Sir.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is what it is. Free Metroid hat. Sent a picture of my favorite comic ever I own to Nate. Was wondering if you have seen the comic. Asked me, ooh.
Oh,
Oh, that's a good one.
that's a good one.
It's really hard without planning ahead of time to share this, but I will try. Well, let me share a Discord screen, a window. Here we go. Share. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Oh, yeah.
Venom's awesome.
Yeah, is that a Todd McFarlane? I wonder if that's a Todd McFarlane cover. That's cool.
All right.
Very cool.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
And
it's going to be
then-
really sad to see all those incredibly talented comic artists replaced with AI. It's going to be brutal.
Can't wait till we get done with this episode so we stop talking about AI. Like,
Quite an episode to be
not a
on.
fun, it's like such a bad conversation every time. Tiso Low Mind or the Solo Mind. Oh my god.
Miso.
Look, YouTube. Let us just have normal usernames again, not at handles. Anyways.
That was something, all right.
The super chat was probably worth just that moment.
You're right.
Do you think Sony will give us a better version of MLB The Show 26 for Switch 2?
No.
Better version.
Yeah, I do. I think it'll be 60 FPS. I think the
It should.
resolution
That
will
would be
be
huge.
1080p. It's already performing better, the base Switch 1 version on Switch 2 by default. So yeah, if you're building it for Switch 2, I don't see why not. Because, I mean, what do you have to really do if it's already running at 60 without doing anything? So yeah, it should run at 60 now.
Please.
Yeah, well, it should be cool.
All sports games need
I was
to be
gonna
60.
say, yeah.
I know, dude. 2K.
I'm very
You gotta get right on that NBA. I know.
Yeah, I'm like, come on. You're letting some other port studio upshow you within your own company with WWE 2K.
Shiver.
Dude, Shiver just destroyed your NBA 2K team. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like,
No, dude.
Put your act together, dude. There's no reason at all that the game ain't 60 FPS on Switch 2. At all. EA, I don't expect them to put in the effort. I expect 2K to put in the effort. Now, when Madden wasn't 60, I'm like, oh, fucking EA. Or the fact we even have Madden, that's what they think is the gift. That we even bothered to consider Switch 2.
Especially when there's so many days without basketball these past few weeks. We got to have something to play.
Yeah, dude.
NBA, 2K.
And so many days off.
It's crazy.
I know.
It's crazy.
The NBA Cup is great if your teams are in it.
Right.
Like when the Bucks went all the way last year, I'm like, dude, this is sweet. But without that, it's like, well, this kind of sucks.
Yeah.
As an NBA fan.
And it's also fun until you get a thumb up the butt, but
Well, that's true too.
It was AI, guys. It was AI. That's what he said.
I saw that. Yeah.
It's like, dude, I literally went back and watched the live broadcast. It was not AI, man. You can't. I think you're trying to avoid a fine or a fee or some bullshit that's gonna happen, but that's AI.
Yeah,
Dude,
that was so weird to watch.
Social feed.
Wait, what happened? I don't know what.
Okay, so
You're
the
talking
New York,
about Josh Hart.
the New York Knicks won the NBA Cup, and they were like doing like the trophy presentation and like holding it in the air and stuff. And Jalen Brunson, their best players in the front. This other player of theirs, like a starter, Josh Hart, like puts his hand on his shoulder, is like tapping him, and then literally goes all the way down his back, goes like this, and thumbs him right in the ass. And it happened on live TV.
Yeah, it's very. Camera was right there.
Like,
Was it?
And then he ran the socials and said it was AI. And it's like, dude, we all saw it. Shut the fuck up.
Was there a reaction like,
Classic
oh my gosh?
Oh,
he
dude.
just-
Yeah,
he just thumbed-
yes.
thumbed
Oh
his
yeah,
finger.
Brunson went like this and then turned around like he was fucking pissed about the.
He's ready to square up. Yeah.
now question: do they add this celebration to 2K?
Yeah.
It's a new emote. They'll piecemeal it to you. You can buy it for $5. We
crazy.
call it the thumbs up, the ass.
Dude, that's gonna be the new thing. It's AI. I swear. That's gonna be
Every
the
time
new
someone
thing.
fucks up on live
Yeah, it's
TV,
AI.
guys, that was AI. That wasn't even real TV. That was AI.
Yep.
Every time. Like, can you imagine you do something like that and think you can get away on live TV of just telling everyone it was AI? Like, we all didn't witness it. Like, there weren't people there in person. Like, Brunson's just gonna forget you stuck a thumb in his ass. Like, like, dude, you probably
Crazy.
fucked up your team chemistry. Let's just be real here. Like, you were a starter. If you don't play next game, I think we know why. Like, Jesus. He might as well want to be in the same room with you after you did that shit, man.
There you go, Bird. I put it in the
Dude,
private chat.
like,
Oh,
I still can't believe that happened.
Yeah,
So
so
it's-
it's strange.
Guy who gets the thumb is the guy just to the left of holding the trophy.
Yeah, you just
well,
watch.
they'll zoom it in.
What
Never
the
mind.
hell?
Zooming in.
Yeah, they zoom in.
Oh my god, he did. What the heck?
The way I did.
Fortnite will steal that animation first.
Yeah, it'll be in Fortnite first. It'll be in Fortnite
It
first.
got pissed. No,
It'll
he
probably
legit
be
was like,
next
he legit looked like he wanted to fight after
Yeah,
that.
Dude, come on. Like,
I'd do the same thing.
there's no way the team is going to get behind saying that it was AI. You're not going to get everyone to come together and be like, yeah, it was AI. Don't worry about it.
Why did he do that?
Dude,
No.
like I wouldn't even I think like if I had a brother, I wouldn't do that to him. I would never I'd maybe punch him in the face, I would stick a thumb up his ass. Well, how does it even cross your mind to do? You're celebrating, everyone's excited. Hey, here's our team's best player. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, in front of all the fans too.
Yeah, on national TV.
Maybe he was going to give a thumbs up to the camera, but he got caught.
Oh, pat on the back, thumbs up to the camera.
Good old wind up, thumbs up.
Good old wind up.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, look, if the goal was to be remembered forever in NBA history, I guess you probably pulled that one off. You're a future trivia question, like 10 years from now.
Wait, did he?
By the way, it'd be an adult trivia, because adult trivia is always like sex-based bullshit, and it'll be like, all right, so who in 2025, after winning the NBA Cup, stuck their thumb up a player's ass? That'll literally be an adult trivia question in like 10 years.
Probably.
And he actually said it was AI. That's
Yes,
on his Twitter. Yeah. Guys, it was AI. He just screams it all caps. And all the comments were just fucking trolling him. My favorite comment was being like, no, you're Josh Hart. This is Allen Iverson. Dude, yeah, everyone saw it on live TV. It's like, dude, you can't lie your way out of this one. Everyone knows what you did. No one knows why you did it.
It's like it makes me think of obviously a way different scenario, but and before AI. But remember when I don't know, I forget the concert that Fergie, she peed her pants. It was like all over the news. But she swore she didn't pee herself. She said it was sweat. And then everyone got disturbed when she said it was sweat. So then she was like, okay, it was pee. It was pee. But she thought sweat was better for some reason.
By next week, TikTok and everything's going to be full of a bunch of AI videos now of people shoving thumbs up other people's asses. You just know this is going to be a trend now. It's going to happen. We're going to see Dorothy thumbing up the Tin Man's ass somehow. It's just, this is just gonna happen. Like, this is what people are gonna do now, because it look from just speaking strictly from an entertainment perspective. Okay, it was kind of funny. I can't believe it happened. Like, it's shocking. Out of all the things to see at an NBA celebration, slapping asses, grabbing asses. Yeah, that shit happens. It's weird sometimes, especially when the grab is kind of awkward.
Yeah.
What a thumb up. Yeah, that's a violation, man.
I know.
You're violating the territory that if he didn't invite you to, you need to stay the fuck away.
He should have. She got teed up for that. It's a flagrant foul.
Flagrant foul on your own team. Game's over. But here's the thing: the NBA hasn't said anything about it, which I think they're just kind of hoping it goes away. Because I don't know what do you say? How do you explain anything? And what do you suspend him?
They won't touch it.
How do you let a guy come back off a suspension that stuck a thumb in someone's ass? Like,
they won't touch it. Our commissioner, he has no backbone. He won't say anything.
Don't ask him questions.
Really?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, you could argue that that technically that's assault.
Yeah. The only way the NBA will do anything is if Brunson presses a problem. Like, if Brunson's like, nah, man, that was so across the line. Like, we got to do something. The NBA will act then. But without that, and I don't think Brunson will, because again, they're trying to win the championship, and he's one of their best players. So you don't want him to get in trouble and get kicked off the team. So. But then again, if he does it again, let me just put the reason I said this is like a chemistry ruiner is this is now going to be like, if they're in the NBA Finals, it has to be in the back of their minds on the game clinching. Like,
you realize people are going to be showing up.
Where the fuck is Josh Hart? Because if we win, he needs security escorting him off the fucking court.
Dude, you realize
a different type of game clinch right there.
You realize that people are going to be showing up to the games now. People are going to be showing up to the games now with those giant foam thumbs.
Yeah, because they're not going to let him in. They won't let him in with the signs that'll show the picture of the thumbing. But people will use the styrofoam thumbs up.
When he's shooting free throws or something.
All the away games, the crowd's going to give it to him every single time. It's going to get mad. Yeah, will it eventually blow over, especially if Brunson doesn't press anything? Yeah, it will. It still doesn't change that it's weird as fuck that a player thought that was okay.
I hope South Park jokes on this, spoofs on
Oh,
this.
dude, South Park. South Park's probably wrote the next episode with it in. They're on top of this kind of shit. This is like the perfect kind of shit to throw in a South Park episode. Like, this is what it felt like. That felt like watching a South Park episode. Won a championship. I'm up the ass. Congratulations. You know what? And it's funny. It was announced today, like the Knicks aren't going to hang a banner for it. The first NBA Cup for people that hang a banner. And I'm like, yeah, would you want to hang a banner when the number one memory of your cup victory is a thumb up the ass? Like that's the ceremony celebration on Friday at home. There's going to be people in the crowd making fun of the thumb up the ass. They're not even going to care that you won the cup. So like, dude, this is wild. And if people think sports fans aren't going to do this, man, back when Ryan Braun came back after getting suspended for a season for juicing or whatever the fuck he was doing, dude, we were at the Dodger Stadium at an away game, dude. They were giving him fucking hell. Where's the needle? Is it in your back pocket? They were just fans don't let this shit go. They will harass the players with these kind of like dumbass fuck ups. So, and you got to be a little careful because it is crossing the line to sexual harassment. But like, you can't like kick a fan out of the arena when you're not kicking the player out that did it. So the NBA is just not in a good spot with this because there are going to be thumb up the ass things being screamed at him. Like it's gonna happen. He's gonna go for a layup, and some fan is in the stands and be like, "Hey man, I thumbed your mom." It's gonna be like, "God damn it!" Like, dude, fans are gonna yell that shit. I'm telling you, dude. NBA fans, dude, you've been the game. The NBA fans can be wild in the shit they're screaming at players.
No.
Dude, they say some of the even without these incidents, they say some of the craziest shit.
That's funny.
Yeah, Westbrick out there. Oh wait, sorry, I can't say that. He's going to be at my front door now, ready to punch me in the face over a nickname you earned for being a brick shooter. Like it's literally an NBA reference to you bricking shots in games. No one said you're a bad player, but Westbrick was because in key situations you were bricking shots. Like,
yeah,
just own it. It's okay. Just own the nickname. Turn it into merch and make some money. Don't get offended about it. He got to be fair, when it was at its peak, he kind of let it go. But when it was still happening like 5-6 years later, people were still calling him that. He was like trying to fight the fans, basically. I'm like, dude, let it go, man. These fans are part of the reason you have a paycheck. Just let it go. It's not like they're coming out and they're trying to get in your head, and it's working.
Yep.
No. Notice he doesn't have a title. It's funny if you let people get in your head that easy. All right. That's going to do it then for the show, guys. Sorry, I didn't realize we were going to end with a thumb up the ass, but it happens. Like,
God damn it.
Dude, yeah, I guess.
It is what it is. All right, let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Let's start with our guest, of course, TygerTyme. What do you got coming up in content, and where can they find you?
Yes, well, hey, I'll shake your hands. Thanks for having me on, gentlemen. It's a pleasure as always. Always an honor to be here, and very honored to be the final guest.
Second John Cena retirement.
Yes, exactly. That's very similar situation. Exactly.
Exact situation.
Exact same. Yeah.
Final time in 2025.
Yeah, so that's an honor, and enjoy your last couple of podcasts. I'll be tuning in for sure. In terms of what I got going on, I'm making a video right now about Elden Ring. I'm going to hopefully release that in the next few days.
Nice.
Yeah.
Call.
Yeah, it's a classic for sure. Instant classic. And then I've been live streaming Suikoden, trying to live stream a little more. So that's been fun. Suikoden 2 specifically. I beat the first one. How you liking it? It's so good. Yeah, Suikoden. For me, they're both so good. Suikoden 2's pacing is a little different than 1. So it takes some getting used to, but man, they were kind of hidden in the shadow of Final Fantasy for me, I think, on PS1 when I was playing a lot. So I'm so glad I got to. Yeah, exactly. So having a blast revisiting them on the HD Switch version. So
yeah, they're amazing. They should be in like every RPG lover's library, but they're not. Which sucks, but oh well. What can you do? We don't work
Yeah.
for Konami.
Yeah, well, and I made a short about it, a video about it. So I'm like, that's what I can do, I guess. Just talk about
I
it.
reviewed it. That's all I can do, man. Yeah.
Exactly. So, but yeah, thanks again, guys. Cool.
No problem. Eric.
Yep. You can find me here in the Clips channel.
There
That's
we
it.
go. That's it. That's all that matters, right? You guys get to see Eric 2 more times this year.
Mhm.
You better soak it in. It's holiday season.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna let it be. I'm gonna leave.
Just
Sorry.
let that one do.
There was a place I was gonna go with that. It had to do with thumb up the ass again. So we have to. I gotta start letting this go because I'm sorry. I'm still taking a bath. I'm still in shock.
Yeah, right.
I don't know when I'm gonna be able to. I hope the coaches are, when they come to play the Bucks again, they're warning the players what might happen out there. Fighting for rebounds. Be prepared for everything. GameBird, the night creamer. I just noticed the night creamer. What do you got going on?
Yeah, I'm working on a bunch of stuff right now. I dropped a video earlier this week about the Grape Fantastic Analog 3D. Really loved unboxing that. It's beautiful. The footage doesn't do it justice. In person, it's a lot prettier. So I've gotten to just barely try it out. I've been super busy. I also have another video that I've been working on for like 2 weeks. When I've had time to get around to it. Unfortunately, everyone started dropping videos today on what I was covering. I'm a little bummed about that. I was like, man, I wish I got it done sooner. But I have a video that I'm working on the Zelda 40th and kind of my predictions for it, why I think it's going to be the best celebration, why it's likely to be the best celebration we've ever had, and kind of my hopes and expectations. I'm hoping the video does well. So I've done 2 of these in my time on YouTube, and both of those videos are my best performing videos ever on my channel. But maybe I'm a little late to the game this year. We'll have to see. And then I've got a couple reviews that I'm working on and skits that I'm actively working on. But yeah, two videos in like the last 10 days. So I'm hoping to have my Zelda one out.
Slow down over there, man. You might get a heart attack. Holy shit.
I'm hoping to have my Zelda video out by Friday is my hope. I'm doing a little bit more editing than my recent videos with this one. But it's been good. It's been busy. I've been trying to get through Metroid Prime. I think I'm about 2/3, maybe a little bit more than 2/3 done with it. And I've just been really busy. So and huge. I'm almost at 3K. We're like, guys, if I can make it to 3K before the end of the year, if any of you in the audience check out my videos and haven't subscribed, I'm almost at 3K. If we hit here's the deal. If we hit 3K before January 1st, I will do a giveaway on the channel.
Very nice.
We'll see.
Wow, that's huge.
Oh, damn. Then we got Stash Man.
Yeah. So lots of content coming, lots of reviews coming. I'm working on, like I said at the beginning of the podcast, right before I came on, I had to record it, 3 reviews back to back to back. So now I just need to put my B-roll footage together with those, and those will be out. So they'll start hitting tomorrow. I'm gonna go to bed right after the podcast, so I can wake up at like 6, so in about 6 hours, and get those going, because one of the embargoes is up at 10 a.m. So the good thing is I just need to sequence my B-roll footage, and then that's done. And then I'm just going to jump right into the next 2, which again, I just need to sequence. I'm going to be doing that. I'm working on a lot of stuff, actually. There's no slowing down in December. 0. I thought that it might, let up, give a little bit of a breather. About a month ago, I thought maybe that's the light at the end where I can get a little bit of rest, but that is not happening. In fact, it's going quite hard. So lots to come. I'll just say that. And you guys can find me on YouTube at ThunderStash Gaming.
All right. We had one more super chat slip in. I don't know what I'm talking about. It says from Daniel Alvarez. It says, "Will Nintendo use the smaller charts?"
I think you meant carts,
Carts,
probably
sorry.
cartridges.
If Nintendo was just making it from themselves, sure. I mean, anywhere to cut costs, especially when you sell millions of units, you save $4 or $5 a cart. That's $4 or $5 more profit per unit. You sell, you're selling Pocopia, make an extra. We know it's a key card. That was kind of like the thing, but maybe it's not a key card anymore because maybe they're doing this, right? So we'll see. There's a reason I said Pocopia. So. At least one person got it. I had to slip one more in. All right.
There you did. Okay.
All right, guys. I'm Nintendo Prime. I make news videos. I have at least videos the rest of this week through Friday. Or sorry, through Saturday. Live streams as well and all of that tomorrow and Friday, but then not on Saturday. Maybe even not on Sunday again. We'll have to wait and see. I forgot about the when I was trying to last Sunday we didn't have a stream. Usually we do streams on Sunday. We got to finish off Joyce J. Zelda movie script. And like this Sunday, I want to do it as well. But then I'm coming back from a wedding, so I just might be so dead that I decided to not stream, which is what it is. It is also the holiday season, so trying to get some rest heading right into Christmas would be cool. It is a nice reminder to our podcast next week.
Next 2 weeks.
Next 2 weeks, but I'm only concerned about next week right now. It's on
Right.
Tuesday next week instead of Wednesday. So technically, you're getting 2 shows in a 7-day span, so 2 in a week. Pretty cool. Never happened really before. Nah, of course it has. We've had bonus podcasts and stuff. But yeah, it's going to be a good one, guys. It's our I guess our quote unquote Christmas special. Don't even know what we're talking about, but we'll make something nice and holiday themed for you guys. And obviously, any breaking news and stuff we'll bring up as well. But we'll have one of the big topics be something that has to do with the holiday season because of course we have to. I mean, look, I might be wearing red next week in a Santa hat or something. I don't know. Put some themes, put some thoughts into it. Maybe since I know Stash is busting out the special bottle of eggnog, I'm gonna have to have something special as well.
Yeah, you should.
So
You should. I will be in Christmas attire as well.
Yeah, so there you go. One of these years we should do an ugly sweater contest and have them vote.
Yeah, we should.
Not saying this year, we didn't give enough time to plan on that out, but one of these years that would be fun. Let the fans vote on who's got the best ugly sweater, or maybe who wears the sweater the best. You can use whatever criteria you want. You guys just vote. I can't tell you how to vote. I gotta win something. Although you know what, I mean, Eric, I know you lost and had to wear the Toad hat last time.
Yeah,
I think the Toad hat was actually secretly a win.
Yeah, I know, right?
It went over so well.
It did.
At PAX, like
and
it was like,
and then I forgot to work the next couple days, but
it's whatever.
Because I was really generally on the first day, but then it was worked so well, and then all of a sudden I forgot about it.
No, like literally, he became the beacon.
Yeah, right.
Of the whole group. Like, where is everyone? Just look for the Toad head walking around.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
the second day, every time I got separated from the group, I couldn't find. I was like,
That's awesome.
I'm like, where is everybody? The first day, it was just like a glowing mushroom walking around a sea of people.
Yeah, I'll have to do it again.
Yeah, it can't be me. See, if I would have lost and had to wear it, you wouldn't see me. I'm too short. I'm not a good person. Dude, whenever I meet up with people at these events, it literally is hard to find them because I'm short. They can't find me. They can't see me in the crowd. So it's like, I'll find you. Just go somewhere and stay there. Anyways, yeah, I got videos coming up, mostly news videos. Saturdays might be a discussion video / we'll see. I have an idea for that video if I don't have any news to cover that day, and it'll still be related to stuff I talk about. Oh my gosh, it's going to be Zelda potentially, or it's not because we have news to cover instead. We'll see. It's just banking ideas up a little bit. You guys are awesome though. I want to thank the crowd for being here. You guys always make these podcasts fun. The super chatters always add to the show as well. We appreciate all that and all the support. We'll be back same time next week, Christmas week. But we'll save a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's for
Same time, different day.
Same time, different day. And it's going to be the same for New Year's Eve. The show's not going to actually be on New Year's Eve. It's going to be the day before, but it's basically, for our purposes, our New Year's show. So, you know, we'll celebrate New Year's. We'll probably have some gaming resolutions and other things going on. So you can want to tune in for that episode as well. And it's just going to be the core four. This is why I said, TygerTyme, thank you for being our final guest of 2025.
Oh, yeah, dude.
You know, I always feel like the greatest honor on the show is to be the first, then to be the last.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah. It's been fun. Yeah.
Thank you for being here, man. We appreciate you. We'll obviously see much more of you in 2026, I hope.
I hope so too. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Otherwise, folks, that's it. Except that you can go find the audio version everywhere audio versions are heard. I got to average. I guess I advertise the audio version more. Really, you really should. Like outside of the end of the show.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
When there's more people here. That might be the better way to do it. Maybe actually mention it on social media sometime.
Yeah, we should do that.
Literally, I never promote the damn thing. And yet it's somehow still getting like 400 or 500 views a week. So
yeah.
Okay, it's cool that it's kind of growing organically, but like we don't have to just rely on their algorithm. It's like when I shared GameBird's video. What did you say was going to happen if I shared your video? Over 2K. What happened, buddy?
Over 2K, baby.
I helped shoot those extra 300-400 viewers, baby. Boop, boop.
Hell yeah.
Nah, that's the power of having a following. You know, you can help push people a little bit. I used to do it for Stash all the time, and now he's flying. Doing it for GameBird now. Hope to get him flying. Good times. Good times. You know what I'm actually afraid of? I'm promoting content creators that are better than me.
That's deep.
What if the audience doesn't come back? Once they realize the truth.
You have the hardest job of all of us. Your job is to deal with the never-ending sea of psychopaths.
There is that.
I don't have to deal with that.
Little inside baseball there. I'm not going to bring up why you say in that comment something that happened before the show.
I get to sit here and tell people they have mental illness and nothing happens. Nothing happens to me.
Yeah, you say
no one knows who I am.
Yeah, you get to say that. Tomorrow there will be 7 videos made about me from this podcast. Like, guys, just for all the people out there that are going to make those videos, you know I'm not the biggest YouTuber on this podcast anymore, right? You know that, right? I've been passed up.
There's a new target.
He said the mental illness stuff too, the crazy shit. There's no video on it.
But here's
just me.
Here's the thing. He doesn't give 2 flying F's on how many subs he's got. So
we'll bring up the video, and then all of a sudden he'll just be like, it's just an asshat. Who cares? Move on. But no. It's wild. That's it, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We'll catch you guys later.
We got one.